even better.
For double 16. Oh, it's remarkable.
He's one of them coming.
Game from the first flag.
This is for another break of throw.
Game from the third flag.
The break of throw.
It's on the
Right
second leg.
in the middle.
He'll be down to Darren Johnson in the next match.
Only need the one at double 16. He only needs the one at double 16.
Game shown the first
Nice
flag.
double 13. Good morning and welcome along to Portsmouth. If you flash back 3 months ago, Scott Taylor entered week 12 as a favourite. He went on to win it and would then go on to win the subsequent Champions League. Is history going to repeat itself here on the South Coast? We are about to find out, and we're going to do it in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. And it is a really intriguing lineup this week in that Group A, 4 debutants.
Yeah, 4 debutants off the back of what was a debutant week. With Andy Davidson getting the win on Saturday night. So we're excited for the prospect of what the next story could be. But when you come into a group like this, you've got to have someone like Ron Meulenkamp as the favourite because he has made a Champions Night before and he'll be looking to do what Scott Taylor did in the last series, which is something you just mentioned, Henry.
Talking about Andy Davidson and that debut win last weekend, well, it really was a dramatic affair in the final against Aidan Kirk. Both players missing a handful of match starts.
Yeah, watching that final on Saturday night, you thought it was written in the stars for Aidan Kirk to get the win because of his good form over the last few months. It's been a really good 2024 so far, but what you can see here is that multiple misses by both players provided us with incredible drama on Saturday night. At that point, Aidan's thinking, I've lost my chance. But when Andy comes back, he knows that he's going to win this title. However, he doesn't at this visit, and he thinks he's lost his chance. And at this point, everybody on Planet Darts thinks Aidan Kirk's going to win. But look how close these are.
I mean, you've been involved in a dramatic World Cup final, which was kind of similar to this. From Aidan's side of the coin, how sickening is it?
Very. He'll still be feeling it today, and maybe for the next couple of weeks. I think his entire season will hinge on how he bounces back from this. But this is just the start for Andy Davidson. He's got this win. He's coming back next week. And he is flying the flag for ADC Darts. And he's done a brilliant job of flying the flag for Scotland in this series. He's done a superb job. I'm really pleased for him.
And he really was a pleased man when he lifted the trophy on Saturday evening. A big moment for him. This is the double that sealed the success for Andy Davidson. Look at the relief on his face there, just to get over the line. And credit there to Aidan Kirk as well, a real sport at the end. But just have a look at this. Just gives it a good old look. The magnitude of what he achieved really came to the fore there, didn't it?
I don't think there are enough dart players out there who tend to do that. If you're picking up a trophy that has had some pretty famous fingerprints on it, think about the people who have won a weekly title here and lifted that trophy. So he just wanted to have a little moment to himself and realise what he just achieved. I think that tells us something about what he wants to do in the future. I really like him.
And he's going to be at Champions Week, which begins this time next week. But week 12 is our full focus for now. And these are the players that are going to be involved. Joe Mern and Vastajek Rodriguez and Ron Meulenkamp, 3 established stars in the field. Joshua Carter, Dennis van der Ende, Johan Brouwer, they're unknown quantities. But it'll be intriguing to see how they settle on the stage.
Yeah, very much so. I think we had the same thing last week, didn't we? We had Michel van der Horst, who had a little bit of experience here, but maybe we were looking to see what he was going to do next. But the mix of, I'm not going to say youth and experience, but inexperience and people who have done bits before, that's exactly what we've got. And that's why we expect from half and from the others, we just don't know what we're going to get.
Well, let's have a look at the outrights then for the week and see what the bookmakers think. Not a surprise, really, is it? Crabtree, Bolton being the 2 favoured players with the odds compilers?
Well, the first thing I do is I look at Chris Hurd's at 40-1 because he's the same price as Andy Davidson was last week. So if you're going to have a little flutter with a couple of pence in your pocket, that might be the best one to do. However, Crabtree, Bolton, Mernon, yeah, I can totally get behind that. Scott Baker's form, we're not sure where he's at the minute. He could win this week if he brings his best brand of darts. But for me, Bolton at 92... I like that a lot.
and is 18 plus. Speedgambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, our first game of the session sees Joe Mernon in action in a heavyweight affair against Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Mernon, his second appearance here at the Live Lounge, hoping to make it through to Saturday night like he did on his debut. And early on this morning, he caught up with Phil Bars to get his assessment ahead of this week.
Joe, here we are back at the Super Series. Looking forward to the challenge ahead this week?
Yeah, I've not done much practice, not much preparation for it, but from what I have done, I went to a competition not so long back. I won that, so we'll see how we go.
Looking to play yourself into some form across the whole week then and not just get it all out in one day?
Well, yeah, I'm hoping that somebody make the finals and it comes out in last day, to be honest with you.
Do you think your experience that you've had on the Pro Tour and everything before can really stand you in good stead this week?
Well, definitely. You can't beat experience. Don't get me wrong, there's a lot of quality players out here, but I'm good enough to beat them.
Champions Week, only a week away as well. What would it mean if you could take that final spot in Champions Week?
It'll be good, but I'll be very tired at the end of it.
Have you watched much of this series? And obviously there's plenty of talent already there, but what would it mean if you could get there?
I'd love to. Don't get me wrong, Bo Greaves is phenomenal, isn't she? So I don't fancy my chances if she's knocking 114 averages in, but we'll see.
When you look around that practice room in Group A, who do you see as your biggest rival?
Definitely Ron Mullenkamp. He's very experienced, top player.
And again, we've seen people that have won Group A, that 2 days off can be a bad thing. Would you like to play the whole week, or would you like that 2 days off so you're fresh for Saturday if you get there?
To be honest with you, I don't see myself winning Group A. It's probably going to take me a couple of days to get into it. We'll see, but I'd rather do the full week anyway.
Well, Joe, wish you all the very best ahead of play.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, it's quite the starter here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to our Week 12 proceedings. Rusty Jake Rodriguez up against Joe Mernon. Well, should be an intriguing way to kickstart the final week of qualification before Champions Week. And as we mentioned at the top of the show, Scott Taylor won the previous title in Series 6 from this position. Is it going to be a case of rinse and repeat in Series 7, just like we did in Series 6? Well, Joe Mernon, it's his second appearance here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Made it through to Saturday on his first appearance. The 40-year-old from Halliwell made it through to the last 32 of the PDC World Championships. The World Championships, a place Rusty Jake Rodriguez found himself in last year. Played the debut match of that particular tournament. 23 years of age from Vienna in Austria. The first ever Austrian player to play at the Super Series, which makes Austria nation number 31 to play here at the Modus Super Series. So history for Rusty Jake, history for Austria, and I wonder whether he's going to get off to the perfect start. Look at Pity and Pink, Pity and Pretty
First
and
Jody
Pink,
through first.
and that's Paul Hinks, our referee.
Game on.
I'm really, really fascinated to see what we're going to get from Joe Mernon, but what we can say at this early stage of Monday morning, and
100.
welcome everybody to the action for Week 12, that was a particularly honest interview from Joe, saying that he's not going to win Group A.
100.
Might take him a couple of days to get going. I think that's quite refreshing. Maybe a little too honest.
57.
I wonder whether it's one of those weeks where a player could just play their way into form. We hear so often from Neil Duff, don't we, that
100.
he kind of uses Group A as a little bit of a warm-up ahead of the rest of the week. If he wins it, great, but he's not overly fussed if it's a case of he has to go again in a Group B
60.
scenario on a Thursday or Friday.
I think he might just be playing down his chances, you know.
55.
Joe knows how good he can be. He has won a PDC title, albeit a few years ago. So maybe coming in on Monday morning and having the microphone thrust in his
114.
face to get his views, because of his experience, he might be thinking, I'm going to play this down.
55. Joe
Because I look at this group
44.
and he's got every right to look around the room and say, I don't see anybody here who can threaten me. Apart from maybe Ron Mullenkamp or
60.
possibly Rusty Jake. But he's done something in this group that nobody else has done. He has won on the Pro Tour.
119. Joe Luca 84.
Had that fantastic spell. It was around about this time a decade ago, wasn't it? When he was picking up players' championship titles and he was playing at the match play and other type tournaments. Can't find the
41.
ball here to win leg one, and so Rodriguez
Car
should at least
72.
get a dart at tops here to get the break of throw. He's going to have a couple of double six. Oh, that's wide. It now means it's going to have to be the Madhouse.
70.
You might want to
43.
expect a little bit of that from Rusty this week because his game is just, well, I hate to use the word rusty, but it's a little bit frazzled. Just like this first leg.
27. Rusty Car
Well, Rusty,
2.
you left it.
No score. Joe Car 16.
Well, let's get this leg out the way with then.
Come on, Joe. Listen to Henry. There
Being
you
shown
go.
the
Simple
first
as
leg,
that.
Joe Mernon.
Well, Rusty Jake Rodriguez is a late replacement
Second
for
leg,
Boris
Rusty Jake
Koltsov,
is
who
first.
was
Game
unable
on.
to make play this week. But it is good to see an Austrian here.
54.
Maybe a nation of dart players. And I'm going to be quite courageous in saying this.
140.
I think it's a nation that has stagnated a little bit. With the greatness of Sulevic, with other players having really good pro
45.
careers like Zoran Lerchbacher and Robbie John Rodriguez, obviously the brother of Rusty Jake. Now, he's had some good times with the development tour and the pro tour over the last couple of years.
100.
But I believe that Austria has stagnated. We need to start finding the next superstars coming from that country, and someone needs to do something
94.
from Austria. You might think that's a bit crazy considering they've been in a World Cup final in the last few seasons, but we expect big things from that country.
140.
They are there. We just need to find them.
Can it be... Oh, that's a horrid bouncer.
38.
But actually, the way
Joe Car
Rusty Jake's darts go
121.
into the board, expect one or two of them to happen this week because they don't go in with authority. Sometimes they do stick out like somewhat of a sore thumb.
57.
We'll talk about that in the next leg because this is something that I picked up on at the recent UK Open where Rusty Jake played.
24.
That must not happen a
Joe
great deal in this
64.
group. Otherwise, Rusty's going to have real problems. Now, Joe is very much a tops guy.
Getting shot on the second leg.
And that's
Joe
why.
Mernon.
Early frustration for Rusty and early profit for Joe.
Third leg, Joe to throw
And
first.
so 2-0
Game
to
on.
Mernon in this particular clash. And I just get the sense of this group, it may well be the battle between the three established players, which may determine who goes on and wins the group.
180.
Joe was saying that he was going to start slowly. I wouldn't classify this as a slow start. This is a really
96.
tidy opening from Joe Mernon. What we have to address is what's changed in the Rusty Jake Rodriguez game.
121.
If you look at when he was dominating the development tour a couple of years ago,
96.
and I hasten to use the word dominance, but he did dominate it. His darts were sitting in the board very flat.
100.
For whatever reason, he has changed his grip position and he's getting the darts to stand up to attention now.
57. Joe Ricard 100.
There is a risk when you do that your game could get lost. And this leg could be lost in 12 darts.
90.
He'll be back.
Well, it's being afforded as much time as one could want in this particular scenario.
94. Joe Ricard
Averaging
10.
91.5 Mernon for the opening couple of legs and could be 3-0 to the good in next to no time at all if he can pin the double five.
Getting shot on the third leg.
It's a
Joe
14
Mernon.
darter for Joe and he leads 3-0. Comfortable stuff
leg, Richard
so
Jake
far
to
for the
first.
former
Game
Players
on.
Champion. And so Rusty Jake Rodriguez, he's going to have to snap out of this slow start as
137.
quickly as possible. Not easy being a late replacement though, is it?
No, it's not easy at all. I think you'll have to look at today
140.
as a bit of a bonus to try and get himself in gear. But if he is a little bit lost with his game and he's trying to
135.
find something. This is the perfect vehicle for him this week. He's got 5 guaranteed days of action to figure out the things that are working and to
140.
eradicate the things that don't.
Well, this
Just because you've got a name coming into a week doesn't mean you're going to succeed. Devin Peterson's been
54.
here twice in this series and has not got the win. And he's got a very big name in this sport. A lot of us didn't even know Andy Davidson this time last week.
100.
Now we all do.
Well, so much to the point that the stats databases that we use had no recollection or record of Andy. Well, they do now.
135. Joe
You
Lucar,
spoke about eradication. This
121.
game could be eradicated right here, right now. If Merlin can take out the 1-2-1. Trouble 17 and Bull. Not to be. And so Rusty Jacobs going to have
57.
his first starts
Rusty
at a double
Jacobs,
since leg
40.
1.
It's a much better leg.
Game shot
And
on
that
the fourth
whippy action
leg.
of
Rusty
his
J.
does get him his
Rodriguez.
first leg of the week.
Fifth leg, Joe to throw first.
I just want to
Game
take this
on.
early opportunity here in Group A to congratulate Rob Cross in winning the Baltic Sea Darts Open yesterday against Luke Humphries in the final.
60.
I suppose we can congratulate the world number 1 as well in getting a 9-darter in the final. Something he probably shouldn't do anymore because every time he does that, he loses the final.
55.
But I also want to send some congratulations to Seigo Asara, who won Super Darts over the weekend in Yokohama in Japan. A really, really big win for Seigo.
140.
As he looks to re-establish himself in World Darts. I'd love to see him back over here. He is a seriously, seriously good player.
He is
46.
a Super Series weekly winner. You sense him waiting if he does make the trip.
Yeah, I really want him to come over with Mikuru and Haruki Muramatsu. Let's just get loads of them
93.
over here. And I am not hiding the fact that I'm a big fan of the Japanese dart players. They've got a lot to offer this sport. As has this young man.
180.
Really beginning to hot up now is Rusty Jake. Took him a couple of legs to get going, but now he's beginning to find the
96.
flow.
This is not a bad performance at all from Mernon. As long as he's got the end product,
60.
this
Joe Lucar,
is about
112.
as solid as it gets for a Monday morning in round 1. Shot still on. Bullseye.
87. Rusty J.
Not to
Lucar,
be, but
160.
to save the match, Rusty Jake needs to find something seismic. He needs to find the 160. Another one of them would have afforded him a dart at tops.
140.
And now Mernon comes back
Joe
for
Lucar,
the match.
25.
Should be getting this done. He knows it. Double 4.
17. Rusty J. Lucar, 20.
Rusty takes this. It's game on.
Game shot on the
Double
fifth
10's
leg.
been
Rusty
good to
J.
him.
Rodriguez.
And because of that break of throw, we are now back on throw when it could have been
Six leg Rusty J.
as
to
bad
throw
as
first.
4-0
Game on.
for Rusty. Oh, how things can change.
Credit where credit's due, because it could have been so
125.
easy for Rusty Jake to have almost gone back into his shell a little bit amidst the onslaught from Joe and the slow start that he got off to. He's brought the average up from late
100.
60s up to an 81 now.
$57.
Do you find it quite surprising that it's taken this long for us to get an Austrian here? Because I am flabbergasted by it.
100.
I had to have a look at my stats database on Saturday, and I saw Austria wasn't on that list of nations.
99.
To put it into context, prior to Austria being here, we have had players from nations like Latvia, Lithuania. We've had
60.
players from Luxembourg, Malta even prior to having an Austrian here. Nothing against those territories or those nations at all, because they provided us with some good players, but you would have thought that a powerhouse like
53.
Austria would have had somebody by now.
We could get more nations represented in Series 8. I'm sure we will. I wouldn't be surprised if we got someone from the Faroe Islands.
81. Rusty J.
We have had a
167.
Faroe player. Yeah, McIntosh.
There you go. There's more where that came from.
57. Joe Car 160.
Another chance to win the match. He's had easier chances than this. But this game could be slipping away if he's not careful.
100. Rusty J. Car 110.
From a position of authority, he could find himself in a bit of peril here. Joe 17 would have left the bullseye. There was no
32.
authority with that shot, and so
Joe
Joe is
60.
hoping that now is the opportunity to bring the curtain down on this match. Double 10 to get over the
Game shot
line
in the match,
and
Gilman.
to seal a 4-2 success against Rusty Jake Rodriguez, for whom the slow start really made pay in the end. He got himself back into the match, but it was just too much work to do. A solid start for Joe Mernon, 89-82 average, 4 for 12 on the doubles. Next up, Von Mühlenkamp and Joshua Carter. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Joe Mernon got the better of Rusty Jake Rodriguez by 4 legs to 2, averaging 89-82, 4 and 12 on the doubles. It was a decent enough opening showing for Shaggy. Right, next up for us, it's Bish Bosh Josh up against Ron the Bomb. It should be an explosive matchup, our second encounter of the morning session. Josh, ADC qualified courtesy of the Vault Series from Newcastle under Lyme, up against Ron Mühlenkamp, a man who made it through to the last Champions Week. He was one of the best runners-up in Series 6, and that was how he made it through. 35 years of age. Made it through to the last 16 of the World Grand Prix. And this a little bit of a rarity on the Super Series stage. 2 left-handers going toe-to-toe.
Yeah, just a little bit. Let's see what it can bring. A bit of experience in Ron up against an unknown quantity. I'd like to say a young man, but he's over the age of 30, so this is probably the right time in his life to test himself. I just wonder what Carter is going to bring to this week. Could he possibly do the same sort of thing that we got from
First
Andy
leg
Davidson
run to
last
serve
week?
first. Game on.
However, as far as the dart shirts are concerned for this game, they look more like comic books than dart shirts, but that's what people want these days, isn't it? They want something to stand out.
55.
Josh playing here on his birthday on debut. So happy birthday, Josh, first and foremost.
21.
I think he's a bit older than 21, though. Bit of early morning blackjack for Josh. If we can call him Josh, he might prefer Joshua.
55.
But he looks like a dart player, doesn't he? He looks like a modern dart player. He's got the shirt. He's got the enthusiasm. He's got the tattoos on his arm. Let's see if he's got the talent
100.
over the next 3 days. I don't necessarily think there's a great deal of pressure on Josh to perform the next 3 days. I think if he was to go on and win this group, it would be a huge surprise.
48.
But if he can get into Group B, that would be a very, very good thing. I think for someone of his
58.
experience, playing every day this week might just be the best thing to fast track what he feels under the lights. As for Ron, this is just another day at the office. He's been doing this
96.
for years.
I saw Ron this morning on his way in. He was preparing alongside his fellow
46.
Dutchman, Dennis van der Ende and Johan Brouwer, who we're going to see in our next match. They were all having breakfast together at a nearby cafe, getting ready for today's proceedings.
140.
One thing Ron's very meticulous about is the way that he prepares. Make sure everything is to a T and in his own way and in his own time.
43.
Sign of experience.
Run your car 107.
If you were to go into a hotel room or accommodation of someone like Mühlenkamp, you'll see everything laid out properly and ready for the next day.
67.
It's what successful dart players do. First leg's been a bit nervy
Run
here
your
for
car
Joshua.
40.
And Mühlenkamp has just plodded along
Game
and done
show
his
on the
thing
first
and won
leg.
the
Run
first leg of
Mühlenkamp.
this contest in 19 darts. Not so much the bomb in that one, but we
Second
did see
leg,
a little
Josh to serve
trigger
first. Game on.
of what could come.
Professional job so far, you could say.
That's what it's all about.
140.
I wonder how many different opponents Ron's had in his career. Because he's been doing this for, let's face facts, nearly 20 years.
46.
And he's played a whole facets of different types of darts throughout the course of his career. He came through in the BDO, played a couple of Lakesides, then moved over to the PDC. Now
41.
back out the PDC Pro Tour fold for now, but doing well on the Challenge Tour. Playing bits in ADC Europe, and I'd imagine that there may be the odd WDF tournament in the calendar as well, possibly towards the latter end of the year.
Not to mention the fact that there
100.
are some really good independent tournaments around the Netherlands and Belgium that people will travel to. They can have such a big effect on someone's career.
84.
But one thing I want to mention is where Josh is from. You mentioned Newcastle under Lyme. That area has given
60.
us an awful lot of really good dart players. Staffordshire as a county has been outrageous for the last 30, 40, 50 years.
36.
And I'm not just talking about your Ian Whites, your Andy Hamiltons, your Adrian Lewises and your Phil Taylors. There's another level. There's your Trevor Carters. There's your Frosty the Throwmen.
100.
Actually, I wonder if Joshua's related to Trevor. Used to be one of the best Staffordshire County players. We'll have to dig into that. I wouldn't be surprised if they are related.
70.
If they are, I've got one heck of a county story for you later in the week. We're going to have to find that out. So if you know that one, please get in touch with us at MSS Darts, or let us know in our YouTube chat.
99. Joshua Carr 130.
130 for Carter to square this game up at 1 apiece. Meulenkamp on 96, threatening the break of throw. And he's going to get a go. Another
65.
96 to move
Ron
himself
Lucar,
2-0 to the
96.
good.
Ah, the stereotypical 96.
60.
But no end
Joshua Carr
product.
65.
A chance for Josh to get his first leg. And this would definitely settle him down.
45.
He's not
Ron
missing the
Lucar,
targets
36.
by as much as he was at the start of the match. He may be settling into this contest, but he might be 2-0 down.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Ron
he is.
Meulenkamp.
That was a really good last start from Ron. His first break of throw of the week.
Third leg, Ron to throw first. Game on.
A lot of people might have seen on social media last week some somewhat amusing comments from Philip Douglas Taylor about how
96.
Tokyo is just like Stoke. No, it's not. I can't think of two towns or cities that are less
42.
alike. That's like trying to say that tuna sashimi is the same as an oat cake. Consequently, Phil didn't do particularly well
45.
in Super Darts. He lost to Tengku Shah, a good friend of mine from Malaysia. Now, he's someone I want to see here. I want to see Malaysia send some players here. But
98.
yeah, Tokyo's not like Stoke. Can we just get that right?
And that's mainly because Tokyo doesn't have the Trentham Estate, the Potteries Museum and Art Gallery, the Monkey Forest, Gladstone Pottery Museum, the Regent Theatre, the Trentham Shopping Village, Longton Park, World of Wedgeroot, Middlesport
60.
Pottery. As you can tell, I've been on Google again.
Yes, he has. I'll tell you what Tokyo doesn't have, though. It doesn't have Trentham Gardens,
40.
which used to host an awful lot of dart stuff. And that was one great place to play. BDO Gold Cups, a plenty have been won in that venue.
140.
Qualifiers for the Masters, Lakeside qualifiers. It's held an awful lot. What a great place to play darts. It really was.
The biggest shame is
100. Ron
the
Lucar,
famous Jolly's
160.
venues no more. Once the host of the World Championships in Stoke-on-Trent back in the early 80s.
Shots on. Just steer clear of the flights. And that was a fabulous
120.
effort from Ron.
$93. Ron Lucar,
So
40.
tops are on to make it 3-0.
Game shot on the
And
third
it goes.
leg.
It's
Ron
a
Meulenkamp.
measured professional performance from the Dutchman up to press. Doing what he needs to
Ball for
do
Josh
at
to
this
throw
present
first.
moment in
Game on.
time.
Well, we are in week 12 now.
96.
What's been the story of this series, apart from Bo Greaves? Because that's very easy to say.
100 on it.
Well, Max from Meulenkamp.
Is that a new celebration for the 180? I like it. I know he's just shaking out his arm, but in an
100.
era of people doing their own thing, if that's what he's going to do every time he hits a maximum, I'm a big fan of it. We could call it the Ron Meulenkamp arm wiggle.
95.
We could have the arm wiggle up against the juicy wiggle if Andy Bolton's in action against him later on this week.
Yeah, I do believe that Andy's the favourite for this week. He's done it before, multiple times.
99.
Do you think him and Cam are the two players that a lot of people will think they're the two to beat?
Yes.
97.
In a manner of speaking. Just one word answer there. But yes, they are the two to beat.
85.
But do not underestimate
Ron Lucar,
people like
129.
Mernon, people like Meulenkamp. And we haven't even seen Van der Ende yet or Brouwer. We don't know what they're going to bring to this week.
$93.
Good pick off from
Joshua
Ron.
Carr, 121.
And Josh could use something like this just to give himself a bit of early belief. Bullseye.
87.
Good attempt.
Ron Carr, 36.
But the game could be up, at least for round 1.
Double 18. Bang on the wire. Surely now. Surely
18.
not.
Joshua
And
Carr,
Carter comes back
34.
for the lesser spotted double 17.
Doesn't want to see it anymore. He wants to see something else. He wants to see double 1. This will be funny.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Josh Carter.
I guarantee you have not seen a 34 checkout like that before.
Fifth leg.
I don't think Ron has
first.
either.
Game on.
He's trying to keep his laughing, but honestly, Ron, I'm with you. That was a bit odd. And the first leg that Josh Carter's ever won here in Portsmouth, he's never going to forget that.
Bizarre to put it mildly. However, it was only a hold and
97.
throw. Ron has the darts here to get the job done 4-1. That was a much better first dart, standing to the top of the wire. And that
140.
140 there may just give him a bit of room to manoeuvre.
Yeah, plenty of love for Ron in our YouTube chat. Don't be afraid to get in touch with us today via that.
140.
Please keep it clean. And be nice, everybody. If you've got any questions, fire them out.
57.
We'll see if we can answer them throughout the course of the day. Well, plenty of people thinking that the person to beat in this group is this guy here. Not really surprised to hear that, considering the fact
100.
that he has been to a Champions Night before. And that was in the previous series. Looking to do exactly what Scott Taylor
28.
did in Series
Ronnie
6
Carr,
in playing
164.
back-to-back weeks.
Does he go for the ball? Yes, he does, and he wasn't too
139.
far away.
With Josh on 276, there's a lot of people out there thought,
100. Ron Carr, 25.
should he really go for this? But I think he just wanted to have a bit of flair there.
Find the spark. Well, the
Game
bomb is
shot in
off
the
to a
match.
winning
Ron Walker.
start as he gets the better of Joshua Carter by 4 legs to 1. A professional display, you could say, for Von the Bomb, who is playing pretty much to his yearly numbers. His 12-month stats, 87.97 average. His average there, 87.78 in beating Carter by 4 legs to 1. Dennis van der Ende and Johan Brouwer, the 2 Dutch ADC European qualifiers, will duel it out after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ron Meulenkamp got the better of Josh Carter by 4 legs to 1. A professional display from the Dutchman, an 87.78 average, getting himself over the line. And so now the two ADC European qualifiers go toe-to-toe. Dennis van der Ende up against Johan Brouwer. Our third game of the morning session. Both of these players won their way through the European qualifying tour system, which they have out in the European regions. There was a couple of events yesterday. And congratulations goes to Moreno Blom and Moreno Michels, two players that we've seen here in the past, to some success. And it looks like we'll be seeing the pair back here. Dennis van der Ende, 32 years of age, from Neerbuinen in the Netherlands. Debut week of the Super Series, up against Johan Brouwer, 31 years of age, from Urk. And he is second in the ADC Dutch national ranking system. So let's see how these two players get along over the course of the next few days. And a big opportunity for the pair.
Yeah, just a bit. But when you were talking about this guy's hometown, I thought you were making a sound effect. It sounded like a bird just flying over.
First leg, Dennis to throw first.
Well, he doesn't want to get
Game
irked by this week. That's for sure. Dennis is going to start us off. And now we're going to find out what else the Netherlands can deliver.
58.
We have seen Marino Michaels make it to a series final. We have seen Jimmy Van Schie
22.
tear this place apart in this series. We've seen Bradley Roos qualify for Champions Week around 8 weeks ago.
96.
I wonder if the Netherlands has got something else to say in Series 7. I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, 4 players from an ADC qualifying spot have now made it through to Champions Week. Andy Davison, the first
59.
from the UK to do so, was Roos, Harrison and Van Schie, all making it through to Champions Week via the ADC European spots.
82.
Dennis has played a fair bit of darts on numerous tours over the last few seasons. Played a bit of Challenge
60.
Tour. Made it to a last 32 very recently in Hildesheim. We can talk about those results in due course. Played in the World
43.
Masters back in 2022 as well. Made the last 128. This might just be something that these level of players need to feel more comfortable in
85.
pressure situations, because you need to expose yourself to this to see how you're going to behave, how you're going to feel, and how you're going to thrive.
41.
You don't know until you do it.
Do you think it's a help or a hindrance, the fact that there's 4 debutants in that practice room?
I think it's a hindrance. I think the nervous energy
40.
in that practice room might be everywhere. If you look at someone like Meulenkamp or someone like Mernon, they can feel the nervous energy coming from the other people.
30.
That's why I think those two are going to have a very good time of it the next couple of days.
It was very interesting. I went into the practice room this morning just to acquaint myself with some of the new players. And sometimes when you go in there on a Monday morning, it can be very boisterous in there. But it was very quiet in there this morning. The only
100.
person who was
Dennis
really doing
51.
much of the talking was Ron.
That's another sign of nervous energy, because when you feel a little bit out of your
41.
comfort zone, you can go quiet.
135.
Now you're seeing some gesticulation from Johan. He's already put his hand out as if to say, why is it shaking? And he's massaging his inner Dimitri Vandenberg by trying to get all
43.
zen here in leg
Dennis
1.
Yokar, 110.
I've never seen anybody in the first leg of their week have so many different emotions. And the leg isn't even finished yet.
54.
It's like watching a human
Johan
comic
Ricard,
strip.
92.
The calm and maybe the execution. And for the double-double, Van der Ende's going to get a
52.
couple of darts at double
Dennis Yokar,
himself to get this
56.
first leg on the board. Johan leaving himself on tops.
Game shot on the
And just
first
so
leg.
it turns
Dennis
out,
van
in
der
9
End.
visits, that first leg does Van der Ende.
Second leg, Johan to throw first. Game on.
Do you know who Johan reminds me of? Moby. Do you know? Tell me you know who Moby is.
83.
He's one of the most gifted music producers of the last generation, Henry.
I thought you were going to mention The Simpsons.
No,
97.
I'm sure he probably does look like a Simpsons character, but he just reminds me of Moby. That's a huge compliment. I'm a big fan of Moby's.
I'll tell you who he does remind me of. He reminds me of
140.
Daniel Larsson, the Swedish player.
Yeah, I can see that. Daniel, who was playing this weekend in Kiel.
77.
He's somebody I'd like to see here, Daniel.
Yeah, just a question of getting him with some free time because he runs a chain of supermarkets.
122.
He's a fairly busy man.
No wonder he's good at checkouts.
That noise you can hear
60.
is a tumbleweed
Johan Ricard, 156.
floating by. And leg 2 might be floating by with Johan starting to look a little bit more
95.
accustomed to life here in Portsmouth.
He's just got the sense after what was a nervy and shaky leg one, it was about somebody just settling down
59.
and just
Johan Ricard, 61.
putting their authority and their stamp on the match. And it looks like Johan's the man who's done it.
He looks like he's got a very good action here. Nice rhythm.
Game shot on the second leg.
Somebody
Johan
settled
Brouwer.
down really quickly because that leg is almost half
Third leg, Dennis
the
to throw
length
first.
of the
Game
previous
on.
one. I quite like him already. Very animated, just playing with it himself as much as he possibly can.
96.
But there are certain things he can't hide. You look at his darts, and they're very intricate.
85.
They almost remind me of a supermodel, look like they've been on a diet. Got a few subtle curves, but they're very, very skinny.
57.
The setup altogether just looks very modern, does it? A little bit of a scallop, an all-in-one flight and stem combo.
21.
Do you get the feeling that Johan might be quite an emotional person?
Could you imagine a game between him and Rob Collins?
136.
Yeah, the barber wouldn't be troubled. But that would be fun. Yeah, look at the angle of that right arm. Looks
60.
wonderful technique-wise. Not to say that there's anything wrong with this action from Dennis. I love that name, Dennis.
56.
We've had some great Dennises in the world of darts over the years. Smith, Priestley.
41. Dennis Ricard, 156.
More gesticulation in the background from
60.
Johan. I just get the feeling that Dennis is very different to his Dutch counterpart. He just wants to get on with it and not give much away. And if Johan is as animated as we think he could possibly be, can you imagine a game with him and Cameron Menzies?
Rusty Jake Rodriguez could tell him all about a game against Cameron Menzies.
60. Johan Ricard, 154.
This would cheer him up. Is he going to stay there? Maybe he should have. And we could have had a second look at double 17 in the first round.
138.
See? I hate to
Dennis
prove your
Ricard,
point.
36.
I'll prove my own point. Johan, he should have stayed on the 60.
For 2-1. The double
Game shot on the
18 is
third leg.
fouled.
Dennis van
And
der
Dennis
Ende.
van der Ende is at the halfway point of ending the match.
Fourth leg, Johan to throw first. Game on.
You know if you've got a house that's covered in pebble dash, and you don't like it anymore because it's a bit sharp, and you want to get someone to make it smooth, you just call Dennis.
100.
He'd have his own company, Dennis van der Render. I'm here all week.
Do you have to?
58.
There are some great business names out there these days.
85.
You've seen that supermarket, right? They call themselves Singsberries. The corner shop. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, but the best bit was they called it that because
60.
previously they were called Morris Sings, and Morrison's filed a complaint against them.
Yeah, well, there's no fun in that.
Other supermarkets are available. Before Ofcom get on my
76.
back.
So far, it's been holds of throw in this All Dutch clash.
45.
And there will be 3 All Dutch clashes over the course of today, tomorrow, and on Wednesday. Who's going to be the leading Dutch player this week, I wonder? We are approaching
100.
the end of May. There's going to be no PDC darts this week. But
58.
MBG still hasn't won a
Johanna
title this year
140.
in a ranked event. It's been a long time since that happened.
Well, a matter of fact, next week when it comes to the Dutch Darts Championship in Rosmalen, if he fails to make it through to the final, he'll be a
41.
non-seeded player on the European Tour for the first time since 2012.
When the European Tour started.
That was back in the days when you were strutting your stuff winning European
100.
tours.
Johanna
I wish I had
99.
won European Tour events. I've got to the final of a couple. I've had a few ice creams in my life, and I always get a flake in it.
Game
So
shot
does
on the fourth
Johan.
leg. Johan Brouwer.
Do you know one of my proudest records in darts?
Thick leg Dennis to throw first. Game on.
I've never lost to Michael van Gerwen in a European Tour event. Played him twice, beat him twice. Very, very proud of that. It just so happened that he beat me about 50,000 other times.
45.
And that's why you know I happily sat in here.
Yeah, I am very happy here. Seeing where the next superstars are coming
30.
from. Now, which other countries do you think could grace this stage then? Because we get a lot of
60.
Dutch players, we get a fair few Germans, and we are going to start looking around the world, I'm sure, at other possibilities. We've had players from New Zealand, Australia,
40.
Japan, but maybe there are other countries out there that still haven't sent us a player.
I'm going to throw one out there. Gibraltar. There are a couple of good young
23.
players coming through there, and I feel sorry for them because the Gibraltar leg of the European Tour kind of came to an end at the wrong time for them, just as the talent pool was just beginning to emerge. Craig Galliano, fantastic player. Somebody who I think actually, if you put him in this environment here at the Super Series, could probably do some damage.
28.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. I think Justin Hewitt is a good player as well. Fascinating as we talk about countries now because we're not that far away from the World Cup. It's only 6 weeks away. In Frankfurt again, in what will be a boiling hot Frankfurt as well. It will be very, very warm.
The biggest
100.
international sporting event that will be taking place in Germany in June.
I was talking about the darts.
$93.
Yeah, Germany's got a lot going on this summer. What a summer of sport it's going to be. We've got loads of action coming from Portsmouth for your entertainment on the
59.
Modus Super Series
Dennis
YouTube
Hukar,
channel.
140.
European Championship football. World Cup of Darts.
60.
And Johan punching his own head.
So that's the boxing part sorted then.
Well, I think you'd be best mates with Aaron Monk. Seems to work though. Please don't try that at home. Before you think that it works, Johan is like a frog in a sock at the minute. Double top for Dennis.
60. Johan Ricard, 64.
Well, what's he going to do if he gets a lead?
Look at the snarl.
He's playing pretty well at the minute. Double 4 for the lead.
56. Dennis Ricard, 20.
I think we're going to have a bit of fun with Johan this week.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that you're right. Double 5.
Game
And
show
Dennis
on
is
the
in
fifth
front
leg. Dennis
again,
on the ender.
compounding the pain of Johan Brouwer.
6 leg Johan to throw first. Game on.
Oh, Dennis. Oh, Johan. And now he's got it all to do. Still have a puncher's chance, mind.
95.
One thing I will say about the amount of energies he's expelling with all of this
96.
up and down emotional activity is that if you speak to anybody who's succeeded here, speak to Andy Bolton, for instance.
180.
Energy conservation is really important if you're playing 5 or 6 days. Honestly, he's on that stage right now after that
60.
maximum. His second of the contest. It's like he's conducting an orchestra. He's evidently got
100.
talent. But there may be some harnessing to do this week.
Well, I've just had a message from Stefan Schroeder, who we've seen play here at the Super
58.
Series
Johan Ricard,
recently. And
126.
Johan is a player that is very well respected back home. There's some expectation, I think, from the Netherlands on
80.
or regarding his particular process and progress over the course of the next few days.
Time will tell.
40.
Getting to Saturday
Johan
and
Ricard,
winning on
46.
Saturday is never guaranteed. There are great players who have not done it before. Double 18 for Johan.
28.
He'll be back with options.
$43.
What's he going to do? Is he going to go for double 9 or is he going to split this? Split it is. Double 8.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Here we
Johan
go then.
Brouwer.
First last leg decider of the week. In the first all-Dutch clash.
7th and final
Been a
leg.
really
Dennis to
intriguing
throw
affair. It's
first.
been a
Game on.
game between two debutants, which at times has been nervy, at times entertaining, and that's just been looking at Johan Brouwer at the back of the stage.
You've been around darts long enough, Henry, to know that
85.
there are a lot of players who tend to point at their head when they're trying to say something to themselves. Now, what are they trying to say?
100.
What, pointing up their head? Usually they say, "What's up, brother?" That's a you probably won't get that as way of your head.
99.
That's so far above my head that it could be the International Space Station. That'd be a good place to play darts. Have to be heavy, though.
140.
And that might be the biggest scream for a 140 we've ever had. So, Johan wins that award.
57.
What could he possibly do if he wins the match? I think this guy's a live wire. Whatever you do, don't touch him.
43.
You might get burnt. It's times like this I really, really wish that Johan was
100.
playing Mervyn King, because he would find this so strange. Just goes to show, doesn't it, everybody who's watching? You just never know what you're going to get when you tune into the
85.
Modus Super
Dennis Ricard,
Series.
160.
This has been one of the most intriguing first games of a week that I can never remember.
And we've seen some
100.
intriguing weeks, haven't
Johan
we?
Ricard,
Well, this would be some
133.
way to win it. And I think if he gets it, we're going to see a big celebration from Johan.
Let's see what he's got then. Over to you, Johan.
Game shot on the match.
That
Johan Brouwer.
is what it means to win at the Super Series. Johan Brouwer, I think he enjoyed that. Well, I think he's quite the character, isn't he? Well, what an end to the game here at the Live Lounge. Well, it was fun, wasn't it? And it was ended with a 1-3-3 checkout for Johan Brouwer. We're going to take a break. When we return, Machi Jake Rodriguez up against Von Mühlenkamp. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Johan Brouwer got the better of Dennis van der Ende by 4-3, finishing off a 1-3-3 checkout and a celebration which is still going on. In matter of fact, he's run all the way to the Spinnaker Tower and is celebrating in front of that right now. The first game of round 2 sees Rusty Jake Rodriguez and Von Mühlenkamp go toe-to-toe. And I think our referee Paul Hinks during that celebration by Johan didn't quite know what to make of it. It was most certainly a little bit of fun, whilst our referee for this week is having a bit of a chat with both players before play gets underway. I feel like we're interrupting a conversation between the three.
I do get the feeling that that celebration from Brouwer has got everybody's attention, because it could have been heard in Southampton. It's round 1 of 15
First leg, Rusty Jake, you through first. Game on.
here in Group A. And can you imagine if he was to go on and win the group, how much he would celebrate then? I'll go back to what I said. Imagine if his opponent was
57.
different. If it had been Kevin Painter, Mervyn King, someone like that. I'm not sure they would have enjoyed that at all. But we're going to see Johan up against Joe
134.
Maiden next. So you don't want to miss that one. Anyway, let's pay attention to this, which is a very good
97.
fixture, isn't it? These guys have got a job to do here in Group A, and they would love to have those 2 days off on Thursday and Friday and let everybody stew in Group C and B.
60.
What did we learn from round 1, Henry? Has anything changed, even at this early stage?
57.
To be honest, I feel like we're left with more questions than answers following the end of the first round's play.
I'm not surprised to see Mernon win. And Ron. But we do have questions about Rusty.
140.
He's always had a very whippy action. Look at the drawback. It's very minimal, and the arm comes through with pace. If that can be
54.
regulated just a
Ron
little bit,
Nicole,
I think you'll get more
167.
consistency.
Does it look like Rusty Jake's throw in action is being modelled a lot more of his brother, Rowdy Johns?
It's not a bad point, actually.
55.
But I do have a theory when it comes to why Rusty might have changed his grip and his angle of attack.
134.
It's
Ron
just a
Nicole,
theory. I have
112.
no proof of it. It's just something I thought of. We'll talk about it in possibly 3 darts time.
It's tops.
Game
It's
shot
1-0
on the first leg.
Moolenkamp.
Ron Molenkamp.
The breaker throw emphatically seized by the bomb.
Second leg,
Now,
Ron
my theory is
first.
this.
Game on.
A lot of young players these days are seeing a certain Mr. Littler succeed by doing certain things. Whether it's footwear, whether it's equipment,
60.
or it could be angle of attack. If you look at this angle of attack, does it remind you of someone? Because it does remind me of Littler's.
137.
Long points, upright angle, very aggressive style. And I just wonder if Rusty's tinkered over the winter thinking, I can do that. Maybe that will unlock the next level for me. And if you think that's a new concept,
41.
think again. 17 years ago, do you remember a certain Raymond van Barneveld said, you know what? I quite like the way Phil Taylor's darts sit in the board. I'll give it a try.
60.
And that was when he won his last world title.
But if you look at the Rusty Jake setup, it feels like a lot of compares and contrasts. You've got the very long point, fair-sized barrel, but then a very short stem
140.
and flight combination.
You've got to get the weighting right, that's for sure. If you look at the dart, every time it hits the board,
98.
it does have a little bit of a wobble, a bit of a shake. That tells you that the flight is trying to go over the top of it. And every time that you throw it off balance, because they are very fine
95.
margins, it could go over the top too much and slap against the board. This is something that Dave Chisnell has had trouble with the last couple of years.
42.
Even at this early stage of round 2, I can see from Rusty that the darts are going in with a little bit more balance. Maybe what he needs is reps.
18. Rusty Jake Ricard 164.
You're going to get reps this week.
164 for Rusty Jake. Went the traditional route for it. It's not going to go. And so Moolenkamp, the 147 to
88.
move himself 2-0
Ron Nicole
to the good.
147.
We are a week removed from Kyron Wilson winning the World Snooker Championship and saying that he's still the second most famous sports star in Kettering behind Ricky Evans.
57. Rusty Jake Ricard 76.
Interesting. And I'm not a fan
35.
because with the darts
Ron
sitting the
Nicole,
way they
90.
do, on 76 right there, all you're going to do is put a big single 20 in there and be shielded. I know if you go the other way around, the same can happen, but I'm not a big fan of that shot at all.
And to a certain extent, he was kind of lucky that he did miss fire. Double 18
72.
doesn't go, and that the first
Rusty
will
Jake Ricard 41.
slap of the fire and frustration from Ron. Double 16
Just.
doesn't look comfortable, does he?
Nine.
Just
Ron
no
Nicole,
conviction,
18.
unfortunately, for Rusty Jake. And so Ron comes back for 2 9s for 2-0. No
Game
one's
shot
really
on the
taken
second
this
leg.
group
Ron
by the scruff of
Molenkamp.
the neck as of yet. It feels very tentative and tight so far, but Moolenkamp is
Third leg,
2-0
Rusty
to the
Jake
good.
to third
He's looking the
first.
best
Game
of the
on.
6, but he has struggled to really get out of second gear so far.
Yeah, very fair comments. What I want to say to anybody who's a young aspiring dart player
24.
watching this today is, just because you see somebody using something that works for them doesn't mean it will work for you. And the best example of that in world darts right now is Luke Humphries' stems. He's the only
43.
person at the top level who uses the extra long stem. He's used them all of his career. Just because they work for him,
100.
does it mean they're going to work for you? Absolutely not. And if Rusty is modelling himself on the littler success with this change of angle of attack,
180.
what I'm going to say is, just because Littler uses long points doesn't mean they're going to work for this guy.
80.
You have to find what works for you. A good example of that is Ron, because he has not changed much about his setup at all in the last few years, and his back-to-back maximums have given him a really good chance of a 4-visit leg and a 3-0 lead.
29. Ron your card 98.
This for 3-0 on the double break, and Ron has got all the time one could want for it. Double 12. Forward 12.
86.
Interestingly, 3 weeks in the YouTube chat room suggesting that Rusty is using Jan van
43. Ron
Veen's
your card 12.
more points. He took them out of darts at a development tour. Right, double 6 for Ron for 3-0.
Slightly awkward, but should be able to see it plenty, which he does. He does get the 3-0 lead.
Ron Mullenkamp.
Not much joy for Rusty at the
Fourth leg
minute,
Ron to throw
who
first.
could have been done
Game on.
4-0 in his first match. Brought it back to a 6-leg game, which he ultimately did lose. But this will feel very familiar for the Austrian.
Just playing to his stats, Ron Mullenkamp. For the year, the last 12 months, the bomb. 87.97 his annual average. 34% when it's come to the doubling. His average now has moved in excess of 91 as a consequence of his third maximum of the match. He's
95.
3 from 7 when it comes to the doubling.
Yeah, this is just a really good professional display from Ron, who has been through some darting changes himself in his
140.
career. He's not been afraid to make a change, but ever since he did make a technique change, he has stuck with it for the best part
39.
of a decade.
Would Model Pro be the right way of talking about a player like Ron?
Yeah, I think so. He's done some great things.
100.
Had some great European Tour events. He's had some good experiences in some big venues. He's played at the World Grand Prix.
100. Ron your card
It's a
81.
particularly hard event to get into. But as for this one, he has been toying with Rusty pretty much the entire time.
41.
Well, Mullenkamp has
Ron
improved
Newcastle,
as the
40.
game's gone along, and he's left tops after 12 to seal a 4-0 victory. An average in excess of 90. And to really put him in command of proceedings, and with
score.
Rusty Jake, shall I say, not on a finish, he's decided to burst the score.
Absolutely the right thing to do.
100.
I'd much rather come back
Ron
for
your
tops
card
of 3
40.
darts in hand than possibly looking at 5.
And
Game
over the line he
showing match,
goes, and Ron
Ron
Mullenkamp seals a 4-0 success against Rusty Jake Rodriguez, who's still looking to get through the gears at the beginning of his Super Series campaign. That's the tail of the tape from that one. The 112 finished the highlight for Ron. Coming up next, Johan Brouwer up against Joe Murn. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ron Moolenkamp got the better of Ratty Jake Rodriguez by 4-0, 87 average, 4 from 12 on the checkouts and a 112 finish to boot. Professional displays so far from the Dutchman. Well, we saw a very passionate display from Johan Brouw in his opening match, and that's kind of downplaying it. He got the better with Dennis van der Ende by 4-3, and he let the world know that he won that particular match. He's up against the rather more conservative Joe Mernon, who will keep himself to himself and will play some consistent stuff. He's actually put in the best performance of the day so far, 89-82. He's averaging a 4-2 win against Rusty Jane Rodriguez to kickstart the morning's action. Well, Johan gave us some entertainment, but we know that he's going to have to up the levels if he's going to win this particular encounter.
First leg, Johan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he might have to. I can't believe I'm about to say this in round 2 of Monday. Joe's job in this game is to keep Johan quiet.
100.
You know how you go onto the football pitch and you're playing an away game and your fans can be somewhat rambunctious.
58.
The away team's responsibility is to keep the fans quiet, to keep the game professional and without fuss.
45.
Joe's like Bolton Wanderers at the minute, going away to FC St. Pauli. Did you see those celebrations overnight?
135.
There was something else for that club in Germany to make the Bundesliga. My word. So, I suppose we can compare Johan to FC St. Pauli for the day.
Well, with the blue colours, you could compare them to Holstein Kiel, who won promotion to the Bundesliga for the first time of the weekend. On the same weekend, a European Tour event was held in that particular part of the world. Since 2007, they've won 4 promotions. They're actually in the German equivalent of non-league football not too far ago, or not too long ago, and now they're in the top flight.
45.
You can be promoted into Champions Week if you are the last person standing. Come around 11:30 p.m. on Saturday.
100.
But if there's one person who's going to pace himself really well this week, it might just be Mernon, you know. He doesn't use up a lot of energy celebrating or overthinking
60.
things.
Joe Lucar,
He walks around this place like a typical Mancunian-style person because he's got that typical Oasis-style walk. And he'll just plod along doing his thing. And he will not waste any
47.
energy at all.
And I think a bit like Noel Gallagher, I don't think you'll be seeing Joe Mernon do the Poznan this week.
No, not at all.
That was a great image, though, on Saturday. That's definitely got an album cover written all over it.
95. Joe Lucar, 83.
Well, I admire it because it just so happens that he's not a sheep because he doesn't want to do what everybody else expects him to do. But Joe is expected to get double 9.
74. Johan Lucar, 96.
Well, this could be fun. 96 for Brouwer.
Earphones at the ready.
Double, surely. Tops.
76. Joe Lucar, 9.
Well, it didn't matter whether he hit it or he missed it. There was still going to be some kind of emotion nonetheless. We were warned about the emotion of Brouwer, but Mernon a little bit more sedate in terms of celebration.
5.
But he may not have got the leg
Johan
one.
Lucar, 20.
Well, the last reaction we got from Johan was an impression of a hungry hippo. What's he going to do if he hits double 10? He's not going to hit a double in this leg, potentially. He's definitely not in this visit.
No score. Joe Lucar, 4.
Mernon must be thinking, just get the job done now. Stop all the fussing and the messing about. But that was closer to the double 15, the double 2. Up for the madhouse.
2. Johan Lucar, 20.
This is starting to resemble the first leg of Johan's game with Dennis in game 3. Double 5 again.
Game shot on the first leg. Johan
Takes
Brouwer.
it somehow in 9 visits.
Second leg, Joe to throw first.
What I do want to
Game
ask
on.
is, Johan's quite an animated player. When you are on the hockey and you're taking on somebody like him that will let you know about anything and everything, can that
57.
actually distract you to a certain extent?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Because you want to go into that war zone of some description and say, okay, if you want to play the
60.
game like this, then let's have a tear-up. I once played Max Hopp at the European Championship, and we both just silently agreed, let's leave it all out there.
140.
We were shouting all over the place, and it saps your energy so quickly. But you can be drawn into a battle that is somewhat not
100.
yourself. I don't think Joe's going to be doing that this week. He just doesn't play the game that way. He's too wily, too experienced.
60.
Am I right in saying that was the year Max got to the semi-finals?
Nope.
Another year.
I
45.
definitely didn't, because I beat him.
Fair enough. I shouldn't lack the fact that you can win on the big stage so much, should I?
140.
The reason I remember it because I actually rewatched it yesterday. I hadn't seen it for years. It just popped up on my YouTube feed.
$100. Joe Ricard, 104.
A luxurious 6 darts from here for Joe, who will look to leave tops once again. He's not going to do so with dart number 2.
$80.
That's worked out pretty well. Predominantly players who like tops, also like 12s.
But again, it just feels like Joe's another player that just feels like he's just sifting around in that
55. Joe Ricard, 24.
second gear. And because neither Joe or Ron have really needed to have been pushed
12.
so far, the sense of
Johan
urgency
Ricard,
hasn't quite been there.
141.
Although if Broward takes out the 141, there will be a sense of urgency. And he's already taken out a 133 today.
He's not going to take this one.
41. Joe
It's been
Ricard,
a
12.
cagey affair this so far. Mernon double 6 to square up. Down for double 3. He's had
Game show
11
second
darts
leg.
at a double
Joe
in this
Lennon.
match, and eventually he's got over the line with one of them. 1-1.
Third leg, Johan to throw first. Game on.
I was thinking after match 1 that Joe was going to set the tone with his 89 average and people would start to follow that. But maybe the tone is going to be slightly lower than
68.
that. And people are going to have to trudge their way through the mud over the next couple of days. It does happen every now and again.
60.
The Netherlands have had such a really good presence in this series. I've already mentioned Roos, Van Schie. But somebody who is celebrating his birthday today
100.
also had a very good week in week 8. A certain Gilbert van der Meerden. So many congratulations and happy returns to
100.
Gilbert. And something that happened in the Netherlands back in 2007
100.
culminated on May 13th. Gary Anderson won the International Darts League on this day in 2007, beating Mark Webster 13-9
100.
in the final. That was the last running of that tournament, and that was a really big win for Gary.
That was his first real big title. That was one of those tournaments
63.
back in the day in the Netherlands where players of both the BDO and PDC played alongside one another.
Yeah, there were so many huge players in that
85.
tournament.
Johan Ricard, 170.
Mardle, Whitlock, Adrian Lewis, Scott Waits, Wade. But it was Anderson that won it.
58.
Adams was in
Joe
there as
Ricard,
well, in the same group as
156.
Anderson, Robson, and Dudbridge. How good is that 60? How good is that one? Double 18.
120. Johan Ricard, 112.
I'm hearing a lot of thigh slapping this morning.
Well, 5 slaps and Gary Lineker will match of the day. Double 16.
Game shot on the third leg. Johan Brouwer.
For another big celebration and another big ton plus out.
Fourth leg, Joe with the
And it's still
first.
going on.
Game on.
I'm loving this.
I've just got to be careful what I say here
46.
this week. I really want to be a fly in the wall in that practice room over the next 20 minutes.
100.
You think that certain players are just a little bit happy, emotional, animated?
100.
This guy is making Dirk van Dijvenbode look like an aubergine sitting on the table.
Give me a game between him and John Norman Jr.
121.
right now.
No, because John's in another continent and I can't fly him over. I can't afford it.
30.
There's something to be said for enjoying the game. But there are players that we know very, very well who will not take kindly to those kind of celebrations.
140.
There's no disguising the fact that Johan's got talent. But I do firmly believe that he is too excitable at the minute for this environment.
140.
If this was happening on a Saturday night,
140.
I'd applaud it. But I don't think he is managing his nervous energy brilliantly.
60.
Well, he nearly took out Paul Hinks a couple of moments ago.
Yeah, don't take out the referee. They've got the final word.
100. Johan Wilkar, 80.
Joe's just continuing to do his thing. Johan might force us to turn the volume down in a second. Let's find out.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Johan Brouwer.
I think he's finding the camera as well.
Fifth leg, Johan to throw first.
Joe Mernon right
Game
now,
on.
he's thinking, what is going on here?
Is Joe Mona getting wrapped up in the Johan Brouwer madness?
60.
He might be a little bit puzzled as to what's going on. He's played some fairly animated players in his time. Your Dirks, your Van
59.
Gerwens. And there have been others. But there are no fans here.
140.
It's all about him doing what he feels he needs to perform. Look, I'm not going to be the whole kettle and pot
96.
black thing, because I've had some animated moments in my career. But this is basically the equivalent.
140.
Do you remember when we were playing darts from home? Mm-hmm. It's the equivalent of me celebrating in my own study when I played darts from home. You just didn't do it.
140. Johan Wilkar, 161.
If he hits this, the celebration won't be heard in Southampton. It'll be heard on the moon.
It's not going to go, but he's got 6 from here. But I wonder as the week goes on, there could be an air of,
49.
because it's Johan's debut day, that some players may get caught off guard by the celebrations. But tomorrow it will be a known quantity and players will be more prepared for that.
Yes, very much so.
96. Johan Wilkar, 112.
If anybody was going to know what he's like, it was Dennis. And he lost in round 1 to Johan. Joe could lose as well.
Just underneath, and so Mernon is going to come back for the 110 to bring it back to 3-2. And the game would then return to throw at that particular point, and maybe the
56.
experience of Shaggy would shine through.
110.
But he has to take this out with Brouwer sat on a single to double combo.
He's not going to find it. So Johan has the chance of 4 points
28.
from 2
Johan
rounds
Wilkar,
of play
56.
to start the week.
Tops.
36.
Doesn't go.
Joe Wilkar,
And I think
82.
the look says more than any words that we could say.
So much despair. Double top for Joe.
Game shot on the fifth
Compounds the
flag.
despair
Joe Werner.
of Johan.
Johan Brouwer is what happens when you
Six leg
mix a
Joe to serve
Duracell
first. Game on.
battery and a can of Red Bull together.
Have you done that before? I can't read the guy.
121.
He's happy 1 second. He's actually happy for Joe hitting that 1-2-1. I wouldn't be happy if he was hitting that against me.
21.
I think if you were going to categorise him right now, he'd definitely be Mentos and Coke.
140.
You know those experiments your teachers used to do in chemistry at school? Where they'd make things look
45.
like fireworks behind a really safe screen. That's what Johan can be if he wins this week.
Like a Bunsen burner.
85.
A Brouwer burner. Well, Merlin looks like he's going to take this to a deciding leg now. If Johan wins the
97.
deciding leg, we could
Jonathan
get some big
155.
celebrations.
Yeah, just a bit. Joe's starting to find something here. A little bit more profitable.
28.
Now, Brouwer's not the first Johan we've had in this series. We've had an Engström from Sweden as well. And the Sweet Ferret.
60.
a
Joe
pretty
Car
good week.
127.
Well, the 1-2-7 was to save the game for Joe, but he's going to have a couple of goes at it as
59.
Johan has the quickest phantom throw I've ever seen in darts in the background.
60. Joe Car 68.
You're not going to see much in the way of unusual finishing
shot on
from
the
Mernon.
sixth
He's
leg.
very,
Joe
very
Mernon.
textbook. It doesn't get more textbook than that.
7th and final leg. Johan to throw first.
So there we go,
Game
all the
on.
way to a last leg decider. Brouwer with the darts. Interesting question on our YouTube chat room. Do get in touch on there from Kevin Pryor.
55.
Can a darts referee tell a player to calm down?
Yes. It's happened before. Dyson Parodi and Michael Van Gerwen in Gibraltar.
81.
It has happened before. There is a level that if you take it a bit far, the referee can intervene.
41.
I've had a referee stop me from giving it to the crowd as much. I had to be held back once.
I mean, you had that famous game with Kim, didn't you, at the World Cup? Was that probably the closest in your
55.
career you've had to a game where maybe the referees had to tell you to simmer down a bit? Or the opponent, of course.
The one thing that both Kim and I would express about that match is it looked a lot worse than it was. We were totally fine with each other. All we wanted to do was win. And by the way, we wish Kim well in his recovery
100.
after a horrible incident last week at a football match. Looks like he's going to be out for 3 to 6 months, which means he's not going to be in the Belgian team for the PDC World Cup next month. It'll be Dimitri and Mike de Decker.
57.
Just want him to get back to full fitness, really, because a broken collarbone on your right side is not good for a dart player. Being broken in the last leg is not good for a dart player either. And why, oh why,
125.
Johan, did you go for the 20s there? Now, interestingly,
132.
he has been let off the hook there. Joe almost left a finish for the match. And had he hit it, it would have been all about the fact that Johan didn't leave a finish by going the right route. And as this game gets
100.
towards the end, he is starting to boil up.
Is it the cool, calm, composed Mernon, or is it going to be the
95.
helter-skelter
Johan
Johan that's going
80.
to pick the spoils up? But it's going to be Brouwer first chance.
If he hits this, he's going to yodele he hoo. Double top.
Game shot on the match. Johan Brouwer.
What more can you say? He wins a second consecutive 4 legs to 3 match. He really enjoyed that, and there's something on there. It must be something to do with what he's brought on his shirt here today. He has been so entertaining to watch, but he's been a nightmare to play against. Dennis van der Ende and Joe Mernon have lost to Johan Brouwer, albeit with slightly less than average performances so far. As for Carter and Dennis van der Ende, they're going to play each other next, so don't miss that one.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Johan Brouwer won by 4 legs to 3 against Joe Mernon, and he let the world know about it. Next up for us, Dennis van der Ende up against Bish Bosh Josh Carter. I am never not going to get bored of saying those few words all in one combination. Well, these two looking to get their first win on the board here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. 2 qualifiers from the ADC system going toe-to-toe.
To throw first.
And 2 players that'll
Game
hope
on.
to eradicate some opening game nerves.
Yeah, very fair to say it. 2 points on offer for this win.
68.
Someone's about to get very happy. Maybe not as happy as Johan, but happy all the same. And if you go back a few years
59.
to 2018, it was a day where the Welsh Open was won by someone who has been a very potent threat
68.
at this level of darts ever since. A certain Mike Warburton, who has made a final of a Saturday night in this series,
60.
and has won a weekly title before, but back in 2018 when he beat Andy Hamilton to win the Welsh Open, that was where his career pretty much began.
58.
Just going to show that you just never know which date will be the date that gets everything started.
140.
It may just be some day this week for one of these players.
Yeah, the Welsh Open, which is one of the most
81.
prestigious events on the WDF calendar. One of the oldest opens in the world.
60.
Yeah, some good tournaments taking place later in the week with our friends around the world. Canadian Open is on in Quebec this weekend, so good luck to everybody attending that one. I'm sure
90.
some of our North American friends are going to be going to that one, likes of Jeff Smith, Dave Cameron. You've got a really good named tournament going on in Austria this week.
100. Joshua Carr,
The Royal
136.
Grafenegg Masters. How good can Dennis be from 82?
115.
Well,
Dennis
Josh
Carr, 82.
has found himself a very odd 34 checkout in his first match. He has a checkout
42.
we almost
Joshua Carr,
never see.
21.
I thought this finish was extinct. Well, he loves that treble one, doesn't he?
1.
Would have been for the blackjack
Dennis
out.
Carr, 40.
Double 10 for Dennis. That is a lovely dart.
Game shot on the first
Really
leg. Dennis
attacking
van
that
der
double
Ende.
10 off the marker. That is a seriously impressive shot.
Second leg, Dennis to throw first. Game on.
Sure, let's have a chat about some of the famous opens that there still is in the system. I mean, the England Open is going to take place in June. It's a shame that that's only going to be
60.
a silver graded event, because the gold events give players the opportunity to automatically qualify for the Lakeside and the World Masters and tournaments of those ilks and
26.
prestige. But out of the opens that's still there, look, the Dutch Open's one that stands out. But outside that, which ones are the ones which you hold in the highest regard?
Funnily enough, the England
96.
Open would have been one of them. British Open, British Classic. You think about the tournaments that have been won by great players over the last
100.
25 to 30, 40, 50 years. British Open's up there. Australian Grand Masters in Canberra. That's a
94.
massive tournament. I think when you go to certain countries and you have the word open, it's almost as if it's a
96.
national title. England Open, Scottish Open, Welsh Open, Sweden. The German Open used to be massive.
58.
Doesn't seem to be as big anymore in that system in the WDF. Germany seems to have almost transported most of its stuff to
120.
the PDC now. But I think there are definitely still massive titles out there for people
93.
to win. But for me, the Dutch Open is head and shoulders above everything else at the minute.
Feels like a tournament still has that air of prestige. Has TV coverage out in the Netherlands, maybe. Be nice to maybe see some
121.
TV coverage of
Dennis
over in the UK as well. Van der Ende ton for 2-0. Tops was the intended play.
60.
But Josh
Joshua
has
Carr,
already had,
58.
as Paul mentioned in the last leg, a conspicuous 34 checkout. Could it be a conspicuous 38 checkout?
26.
Double 6 was what he was looking
Dennis
for.
Carr, 40.
Just trying to keep things simple here is Dennis.
Game shot on the
And that's
second
keeping
leg.
things
Dennis
simple.
van der Ende.
2-0 lead for Dennis now.
Third leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
It's at this early stage that Joshua just can't afford
81.
to dip his toe into that negativity that could just creep up on you really, really quickly.
100.
You've got to come here on a Monday morning and be realistic. His numbers from ADC darts are
45.
good enough to get here. We said the same about Andy Davidson last week. We said it about other players. This mission this week for Josh
81.
is to find out how he feels when playing these players under these lights. If he thrives this week,
99.
tremendous. If he doesn't, he will have more information than he's ever had about his game. Either way, that's a positive.
60.
He must not put too much pressure on himself. If he does, he will not succeed. It's as simple as that. He's got to go up there with
41.
no shackles on himself. And he's got to surround himself with really good positive influences over the next few days as well.
$41.
The PDC Asian Tour will reconvene this weekend in Penang in Malaysia.
65.
And there is a tour that really has started to bear fruit. So many more Japanese players coming through.
52.
Players
Joshua
from all over the
170.
Philippines. My word, have they got some players?
In any other year that didn't involve Luke Littler getting through to the final on debut, the story of the World Championships would have been
29.
the emergence
Dennis
of the
Yokar,
Asian players.
167.
Absolutely right. And they will come again.
57. Joshua Carr 141.
Big ask. Still possible. Excellent try.
85. Dennis Yokar 110.
So 110 for Dennis to make it 3-0. Not to be, so Josh is going to get a couple at tops.
70. Joshua Carr 56.
And he's going to have to take it because Dennis has found himself on a double for the double break and a 3-0 lead. But he's going to have to spurn a dart. And he
24.
cannot find the double
Dennis Yokar
16. And so
40.
Van der Ende comes back for tops to put himself 3-0 to the good. Now double 10. One left. Not
20.
found.
Joshua
And Josh
Carr
is going to come
52.
back.
Getting shot on the third
In
leg.
it goes.
Josh Carter.
Back to 2-1. And there was almost a little bit of an outtake of emotion there for Josh. Probably
Fourth
more
leg,
relief
Dennis
than
through
anything else.
first. Game on.
Absolutely right. You can see one of the focuses of Dennis's action is to try and keep that dart as
57.
flat as possible when he brings it back towards his right cheek. Now, what I will say
84.
about Josh's action is a lot of moving parts. But then again, there used to be a lot of moving parts for Nathan Aspinall.
115.
What Nathan did was he minimized a lot of those maybe unneeded movements.
140.
Now that camera angle that we've got that looks over the left shoulder of Josh, it
46.
illustrates something that we wouldn't get from the other side. Look at the left elbow. It bows outwards.
81.
I'm a sucker for elbow position when it comes to technique. I think it must be as solid and as machine-like as possible
96.
if you're going to have consistency. All of the top players have got a really consistent elbow position. And you don't see many players at the top of the game who have an elbow that bows outwards that much.
140.
If he's going to be good, that's got to be the same every time. And the timing element has got to be spot on.
Now, Josh here has just found a little bit of a couple leg
60.
spurt.
Joshua
He's on the
Carr
cusp
56.
of levelling up at 2 apiece. Tops for 14 dart leg. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Level
fourth
we are,
leg.
2-2.
Josh Carter.
Now we're starting to see what he can do. This is very good.
Fifth leg, Josh, you through first. Game on.
I wonder who give him the nickname Bish Bosh.
100.
It's different, and I like it. Almost looks like the back of an episode of Batman from the 60s.
99.
And you don't get many left-handers standing all the way to the right-hand side either.
44.
That's fascinating to me. And I've seen a lot of left-handers in my career. Webster, Martin Phillips, James Wade,
93.
Alan Glazier. But look at where he's standing.
It's fairly much Stephen Bunting-esque when you consider how far to the right of the yoke he finds
100.
himself. I mean, I'm left-handed myself. Now, I'm not professing to be any kind of player of grandeur intentions or whatever. However, I like to stand to the middle of the
42.
yoke because it helps my positioning in terms of sightening up straights and whatever. But it means that he's going to have to move at a bit of an angle to make sure the darts are
125.
square to the centre of the board, isn't he?
I think a lot of it is to do with eye dominance as well. So if he is leaning into that left side, even though he's
40.
positioned
Josh
on the right,
O'Connor, 132.
he might be a bit more central than we think. But it is dependent on whether he's left eye dominant. If he's right eye dominant, throwing
44.
left-handed, that position could be very, very wrong.
$100. Josh O'Connor, 88.
Well, this is a chance for his first lead today. And you never know, it might unlock something. He's got a shot at the bull.
44. Dennis O'Connor, 127.
And a little bit of a smile for Paul Hinks as he announced that Dennis had 127 to win the leg. 127 and
Game
game!
shot on the fifth leg. Dennis van Ende.
A little smirk
Six
for
leg
Paul
Dennis to throw
Hinks.
first. Game on.
Yeah, one of the best checkouts we've seen today. We've had a couple of 112s. One from Meulenkamp, one from Brouwer. But that 133 from Brouwer in game 3.
96.
There's a rumour going around this place that distant planets have just heard about it.
Well, if we find out
26.
that there's extraterrestrial life somewhere out there in and amongst our solar system, it'll probably happen if Johan Brewer wins the week.
96.
To start round number 3, it's going to be Rusty Jake up against Brouwer.
96.
And I am fascinated to see how everybody reacts to the way he plays the game.
59.
I've been privileged to see some of my colleagues do things outside of a darting environment. Things like playing board games or temping
83.
bowling, things like that. And it's amazing how competitive some of our staff members can be. And when they don't succeed, they show their emotions.
58.
I have seen staff members throw Jenga setups close to windows,
96.
and Monopoly boards off tables, things like that. But I am really intrigued to see how Rusty and Carter, because he's got to play Brouwer
56.
later, and in particular in game 10, I will be fascinated to see how Meulenkamp goes with Brouwer.
I think there's a potential Ron may fight fire with fire in that
140.
game.
Dennis
I would be
O'Connor,
surprised.
136.
This is a match-winning opportunity for Dennis. If this is going to be another
100. Josh O'Connor,
4-3,
60.
or third of the day, you feel that Josh has got to find 60.
Game shot on
And
the
find
sixth leg.
60 he
Josh
will in
Carter.
2, and it's 3-3 in this contest. Carter's going to have the darts to win the deciding leg.
Seventh and final leg. Josh to throw
I
first.
think Josh has conducted himself brilliantly in his first couple
Game
of
on.
games. He looked a bit edgy in his first encounter, but here he has played a little bit better. And that's all you can ask for yourself. I go back to Andrew Gilding's
81.
famous statement about 18 months ago when he made his first European Tour event final. He was asked how he felt about losing the final to Dave Chisnell.
41.
And he said, "I've done better than I ever have before. You can't ask for more than that." So if you continually get better
25.
game on game, you can't really quibble with that.
Incremental improvements is sometimes the biggest sign of success.
41.
You do need to get all three darts to land in the board, though, Josh. You know that. And having those nasty little rejections will not help your cause.
59.
Another sign of nervous energy on the stage today has been players dropping
39.
darts, and darts doing that.
You get the sense that the first player
83.
outside of Mern and Amoon and Camp to relax will be the one that'll have the greatest success.
Time will tell. And there will be very relaxed players come Thursday night in Sheffield as well, as
57.
Premier League darts comes to its qualifying conclusion with 3 players already at finals night. MVG, Littler and Humphreys are secure.
100.
One more place up for grabs this Thursday night.
And following that, you can watch Group B here at the Super Series. It's going to be
93. Joshua
a
Carl
very
Walton
good
with
affair, you
53.
get the sense. Well, Carter here has got 6 from 153 to get over the line, and he's going to need the full quota of darts to do exactly
95.
that.
Dennis has not had much go his way so far today.
60.
He
Joshua
has left
Carl,
himself
58.
a finish, but he could be on the end of 2 4-3 defeats if Josh finds double top.
Double 10. In it
Game
goes,
shot
and
of
it's
the
a
match,
win
Josh
for Josh Carter, and you can see the relief on his face as he gets over the line. That's what it means to win a game of the Super Series. He gets the better of Dennis van der Ende by 4 legs to 3. Coming up after the break, it's Rusty Jake Rodriguez up against Johan Brouwer. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Right before the break, Josh Carter got the better of Dennis van der Ende by 4 legs to 3. Well, so far, so good for Johan Brouwer on this first day, who's had a couple of 4-3 wins and has been very animated in those 4-3 wins as well. He got the better of Dennis van der Ende in his first game of the day. He finished it off with 1-3-3. And let us know about the 133 as well. I wonder what we're going to see from him here as he takes on Rusty Jake Rodriguez. RJR number 3. He's hoping to win game number 3 and hoping to get his first win on the board here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And as far as Rusty Jake is concerned, well, we know that he's the last minute
First leg, Rusty Jake is
replacement
up
for
first.
Boris Koltsov, who unfortunately couldn't make it here this week. Just trying to tick along, isn't he? We've seen flashes in legs, but hoping to harbour it all together, and that's much more like it by RJR. To kickstart the game with a max.
Now, we are talking about a player with Rusty that has had
81.
some decent darts on the development tour this season. And that's where he's going to be plying his trade most of the time.
140.
His best event so far this year was a quarter-final in the very first event.
100.
He did beat Bradley Brooks and Sebastian Białecki en route to that quarter-final as well. But that was back in February. It's now
64.
the middle of May, 3 months later. So maybe we have to look at his more recent form to figure out where he's at. He did play at the recent
81.
development tour
This is
weekend
Eric
in Germany.
117.
He didn't have a terrible time of it. Second
93.
round, third round, and a fourth round. And did lose in a first round match with Born van Put of Belgium
99.
in the
Rusty
penultimate
Jake
event. So
24.
I still
Game
think
shot
he's
the
trying to
first
find
leg. Rusty
something,
Jake
but that
Rodriguez.
13 darter he has found in the first leg is very, very good.
Do you think it's fair to say
like
that
Johan to
it'll be a
throw
bit like
first?
Devon Peterson last
on.
week in the respect of we won't be necessarily judging Rusty Jake on results. It'd be more what we've seen from him in certain matches in terms of performances, in terms of the way he plays, the improvements that we see from him over the course of the week.
140.
Well, if we are going to compare Rusty to Devon, look what Devon did last Monday. He won 6 points.
100.
What did he have by the end of Wednesday? He had 6 points. What did he have by the end of the week? He had his first finals night in the
96.
bag. So we don't judge people by the first 3 days. Or 4.
125.
That's what this is all about. It's not a sprint. This is a marathon format where you do have an opportunity to find something out about yourself. Very intelligent from
95.
Johan. I like that a lot.
Dare we think about the celebrations if he takes out the fish?
134. Johan Nukar.
Well, he's got to go for it. If he gets the 2 treble 20s. Wrong treble.
43. Rusty Jake Nukar. 142.
I'm just going to touch on something at the end of this leg. I've been watching an awful lot of what Johan's done here this morning.
77.
I've just
Johan
picked up
Nukar,
on something.
127.
Here we go. Watch out. Johan's not about. And Rodriguez could double his lead.
46. Rusty Jake Nukar. 65.
For the break. It was a 13 darter in the first leg. But it's not going to be a
25.
14 or
Johan Nukar,
15 in the
81.
second. And so Rauer's got an opportunity here at the 81 to square up at 1-1.
Treble 18. Found.
57.
Double 12, not so.
Rusty Jake Nukar. 40.
So Rusty can still double his advantage. But does he? At the expense of the gurning Johan Brouwer in the background.
20. Johan Nukar. 24.
And now it's Rusty Jake's turn to go through the emotional windmill.
12. Rusty Jake your car 20.
The only emotion on the stage up to
Being
that
shot on
point
the second leg.
was
Rusty Jake
despair.
Rodriguez.
It can be somewhat replaced by relief
Third
now,
leg Rusty Jake to throw first.
as Johan is starting to come up empty. But I noticed something in that previous leg. It's something that nervous players tend to do an awful lot when they haven't got a great deal of experience when it comes to
98.
stagecraft. They look at the scoreboard a little bit too much. Before he went for the 170, he looked at the score. Then he looked at it again, mid-throw, then at the end of the visit. You should know where you stand before the visit begins.
58.
And that shows that maybe he's just not channeling his thoughts the way that he wants so far.
However, this has been a much improved performance from
140.
Rusty Jake. Whatever he's done in those few minutes following that 4-0 defeat to Ron Moolenkamp has certainly worked.
95.
He's averaging 92 and he's missed 5 darts at double. By the end of the
45.
day, he'll definitely want something to take with him into dinner time to smile about. At this stage of a day, when someone has lost their
56.
first couple of games, I always say, what are they going to be happy with? What will make sure that they are okay with Monday? And I think for Rusty, it would be 4 points.
100.
He's got Carter in game 11. And he's got Dennis van der Ende in game number 15.
59. Johan Ricard Ward.
But if he can win this match, 6 points is not out of the question.
Another would have left double 18, but I always say that on Monday, if you can get to
100.
6 points, you
Rusty
find
Jake
yourself
Ricard
in
Ward,
the week.
135.
You've got a positive win-to-loss ratio, and you just begin to build up a bit of confidence. And this 135 would be a confidence booster to be
94.
for him on this occasion. So
Johan
Brau's going to come back
56.
for 56 to break a throw to bring it back to 2-1. Is it celebration time?
It shouldn't be. It's only leg 3. Bit ragged on the outer ring.
Rusty Jake Ricard 41.
He's missed a fair few darts at double already. He's missed 6. That makes 11 in the match total. Double 14 for Rusty. A very Austrian way of doing
Being
things.
shot on the third leg.
And
Rusty
it's
Jake
3-0 to
Rodriguez.
that Austrian. And Johan is cutting a figure of
Fourth
someone
leg,
who was
Johan
stuck in the
to throw
post
first.
office queue.
Game on.
I assume you had a very good birthday then if you were stuck in the post office queue.
That's one place you don't want to get
140.
stuck. His focus has been so much better in this match.
140.
I think you're right, Henry. Whatever's happened between now and when he was losing to Ron Moolenkamp, something has definitely happened in a positive sense. He might have had a
45.
sit down with Ron. He might have chatted with somebody else in the practice room. He might have just figured something out, getting some reps
100.
on one of the 2 practice boards they have downstairs. But this has been a lot better, a lot more consistent, and a lot more professional.
Can you also possibly think,
60.
right, it cannot get any worse from here, and so you build yourself up from that low ebb, that low basis?
Oh, it can get worse. Let's face it, against Ron, he averaged just under 70.
91.
It can get worse than that, but the way that Rusty has played in his young life so far, it probably feels to him that it couldn't have got much worse.
85. Rusty Jake Ricard 170.
He is going to get 6 darts from here to register
50.
our second 4-0 of the day.
131.
Well, that's an excellent
Rusty
approach
Joker,
to leave himself on
120.
tops, but this to close out a 4-0 victory. Can Rusty Jake climb the ladder? No is the answer, and so Johan's going to come back for tops to bring it back to 3-1.
88.
And it's at this point in the leg
Johan Ricard, 40.
I implore you to get your ear defenders out.
It's got to hit a double first. That's 8 misses from 8 darts.
No
Make
score.
that 9.
Rusty Jake Ricard, 32.
And that might just be the end of the match. I hate to shatter your confidence, Johan, but they weren't that close.
Double 16. 4-0 Rodriguez. He gets his first win on the board, and it's a much improved performance there from the Austrian. He gets the better of Brouwer by 4 legs to 0. A good performance. 87.13 the average, 4 from 10 on the doubles. He will be much more pleased with that particular performance. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Von Meulenkamp and Dennis van der Ende will be our middle match of the day. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Rusty Jake Rodriguez got the better of Johan Brouwer by 4 legs to 0. Next up for us, it is Von Meulenkamp and Dennis van der Ende going toe-to-toe on the hockey here. 2 Dutch players jousting it out here in Portsmouth. The pair who were enjoying a little bit of breakfast together this morning before play got underway, so acquainted themselves very well off the hockey, and they're about to acquaint themselves very well on the hockey. How do we see this one going, Mr. Nicholson?
Huge favourite, Ron Meulenkamp. Huge
First leg,
favourite.
Ron to
Can't
serve
be
first.
ignored.
Game on.
But funny things have happened. We've just seen someone who has not won today win against someone who hadn't lost. Things can turn around very, very quickly. And if you're
16.
looking for strange little patterns, we've had 2 4-0 scorelines today, and the averages of said 4-0 scorelines were the same.
57.
Because When Rusty Jake lost to Mühlenkamp 4-0, it was Ron who averaged 87.13, and Rusty has done just that in beating Johan Brouwer.
180.
And you haven't had long to wait for your first 180 in this one. It comes from the bomb.
So far today, I get the sense that
140.
Mühlenkamp will be thinking all of his Christmases have come at once in the respect of he hasn't had to play at his best, but yet has been the dominant force.
57.
We've seen Ron play some great darts on Saturday nights here. And outside of the Saturday nights. And sometimes he's been involved in some
44.
controversial stories. Here in Portsmouth. A particularly smelly encounter with Darren Webster once, which made national newspapers.
180.
But there's nothing whiffy about that.
You'll be hoping that he's in with a sniff of another appearance at Champions Week. That made the front page of the Daily Star newspaper, that
100.
did.
On your car, 24.
Well, that doesn't legitimise anything.
Well, the UR Daily Star. 66. 1-0 Mühlenkamp with 14 darter. Hold the front page, hold the back page. The bomb is up and running.
Second leg, Dennis to throw first. Game on.
To be fair, there's only one Daily Star in darts that we enjoy, and that is the company of Mr. Tungsten Time, Paul Starr, our resident MC here at the
134.
Live Lounge and at the World Seniors. Does some behind-the-scenes work here as well.
Do you know what the rule is when it comes to dart shirts?
Go on.
At Darts Regulation Authority
100.
sanctioned events. When you're finished playing, you're supposed to change out of your shirt as you go back into the wide world.
60.
One of the reasons that is the case is to protect the dart players, because if something happens to them, they don't want to be seen with sponsors on their shirt or anything
76.
like that. It's just protecting your brand. But there's another reason for it too, because you wouldn't want to be Ron Mühlenkamp walking with that dart shirt through an airport.
59.
Excuse me, Mr. Mühlenkamp, would you like to come with us? But that could be said of a lot of dart players.
100.
There are a lot of explosive nicknames out there.
Could you imagine him and Keane Barry both going through customs at the same time?
Yeah.
134.
Don't wear your dart shirt in an airport, guys.
That's an angry bomb.
Or a train station. Always bring a change of shirt. I remember speaking to some young players actually back in Wigan a few years ago.
140.
And they were wearing their dart
Going to
shirt
go
for dinner, and I said, "You're not
114.
supposed to do that. You can get reprimanded for it." And they just ignored me. And then they got fined. And I said, "I did warn you."
98. Ron your car, 85.
2-0. One dart. And it's going to be at 5-5. Doesn't go, and Ron's only conceded one leg so far today. That was to Josh Carter. Van der Ende can make it 2 if he can find the 8-8. Has to shuffle across,
8.
but cannot
Ron your
find.
car, 10.
Yeah, the only leg that Ron has let slip today was that comical 34 checkout.
Game shot on the second leg.
And
Ron
he's still
Mühlenkamp.
only lost one leg. To his credit, he has just
Third leg,
gone
Ron
about
to
his
throw
business
first.
today
Game on.
super well.
Experience is prevailing here for Ron. Where would you say Ron's career is at this present moment in time?
And I think he's at a bit of a crossroads. I think as
97.
to where he goes from here, I think it's entirely up to him. I think he likes the fact that he's got a bit of choice in his life at the minute. He can play ADC Europe, he can play a Challenge Tour, he can
100.
do whatever he wants. But it is a question of desire, isn't it? There are some players out there who have been in his situation. Jelle Klaassen is a
100.
great example of that over the last couple of years. Now that he is back on the Pro Tour, that was because Jelle wanted to be a top-end pro again. Ron might be exactly the same.
100.
However, he might like playing at this level and coupling it with other efforts or other employment. All depends on personal preference.
45.
Well, outside of playing the sport, he's a TV pundit / commentator for PDC major events on Dutch TV. If he wins this week, then he's going to have to
100.
miss out on commentating on Premier League finals night.
Which means he has motivation to make it worth his while.
59. Ronde
We've got some
142.
great analysts in the Netherlands. Vincent van der Voort is one of my personal favourites.
I feel like Vincent van der Voort is as to what Roy Keane is in terms of darts punditry.
Yeah,
64.
very, very honest. But whenever we speak to Ron here at the Modus Super Series, you can tell just how eloquent he is
100.
in multiple
Ronde
languages.
78.
He knows exactly how to get his point across, and he's got some great things to say. Double 12. He's doing nothing but darts talking at the minute.
Getting shot on the third leg. Ron Molenkamp.
Speaking of eloquent, 3-0 lead tells you everything you need to know.
Fourth leg Dennis to throw first.
This
Game
is
on.
very good. This is mid-90s. This is better than anything we've seen today so far.
And in fairness to Dennis, he's up the levels, but he's just not been given any opportunity in this game to flourish.
It does
80.
tend to happen, though, when your opponent is dominating the numbers and playing so well, your averages can be dragged along somewhat. I mean, look at his game
100.
with Johan earlier. The winning average of Johan was 81. And Dennis was not given the opportunity to embellish his numbers, but
57.
he might have a really good game in him, but if you don't get points, you're not going to get anywhere. It's a bit like Burnley in the Premier League.
Relegated this weekend by Tottenham Hotspur.
80.
Nicky van der Ven, the quick-fire Dutch left-back, he moved into that role at the weekend, scoring the winner. Shock over the Dutch players
85.
He
quick.
didn't have a great deal of fun at St James's Park, though, did he? He was like Bambi on ice in his own box.
45.
But he did play very well at the weekend. I'll give him credit for that. And they've got some fabulous players at the minute, the Netherlands, haven't they?
Fancy yourself at Old Trafford on Wednesday, Newcastle?
100.
That's if it's not flooded. There were people on social media this morning measuring the waterfall and trying to say that it's larger
100.
than some waterfalls that are found in Europe. It's a bit of an embarrassment, Old Trafford, at the minute, isn't it?
Well, it's falling down, but Molenkamp, unlike his
59.
counterpart
Ronde
Eric Ten Hag, he's not
76.
being called a clown. There's been no clowning around. This for a 4-0 win and a 14-dart leg if he can pin the double 8. 15
Game
will
short of the
do.
match, Ron
And Ron
Molenkamp.
Molenkamp continues to canter in this Group A. And he gets the better of Dennis van der Ende by 4 legs to 0. A 96-97 average, 3 180s. It was done in the space of 9 minutes. It's Mernon up against Carter coming up after this short break. Well, back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Ron Moonenkamp got the better of Dennis van der Ende by 4 legs. And a real good display from the Dutchman. 96-97 average, 3 180s in there, and 4 from 7 on his double as well. It's been pretty much a rampage for Ron so far. But what we're going to see from Joe Mernon and Josh Carter is the final game from the third round of fixtures. As far as Joe's day is concerned, he got the better of Rusty Jake Rodriguez in the opening game of the session 4-2, but then proceeded to lose 4-3 to Johan Brouwer in what was an intriguing affair. Johan giving it the big licks and finding the big hits in that particular contest. But can Mernon hit back against Bish Bosh Josh?
Game on.
Easy for you to say. Not easy for anybody to say, in fact. It has been a somewhat
66.
contrasting day for Joe. Starting with that very, very good win, but has been halted since then. And he finds himself on 2 points
81.
with Josh and now with Rusty Jake. It's only Dennis that doesn't have any points at this stage.
99.
But I implore you not to miss the next match. Brouwer against Molenkamp. Anything could happen there.
41.
And I guarantee you one thing. If Brouwer doesn't turn up in the same way that he didn't against Rusty Jake, Ron will iron him out.
97.
Well, I've just had communication from our friend Stefan Schroeder, and he said Ron and Johan have
99.
played at the same darts region, so they played each other a few times. So Ron will be aware of what Johan does, so it's not going to be oblivious to him, whereas perhaps 1 or 2 others today, it would have been the case.
It's not the biggest country either, the Netherlands. If you're in the darting fraternity, there can't be many people you don't know.
57.
You should see the dart players gravitating towards each other in Pro Tour venues, in European Tour events and other places like that. They all know each other.
140.
Some more than others.
$43. Joe DeCar, 57.
Should be a simple start here for Joe. Doesn't want to go down the same route as a little bit earlier today where he's messing about on his doubles, but it's happening
37.
again. He was 3 from 14 in that 5th game of the day, and that allowed Brouwer to get the result. But it's that
100.
department
Joe
that
DeCar,
needs
20.
a bit more polishing, because he's already had 26 starts at double before this match started.
Game shot on the first leg. Joe
You can
Mernon.
tell that department is not pleasing him, because that shake of the head is about as much
Second leg,
emotion
Josh
as you'll
to
get from
first.
Joe.
Game on.
Well, Joe knows the level that he can ascertain, and he'll feel inside himself that there is just so much more out there, but he's just not being able
140.
to, for whatever reason, find it, whether it's because of possibly some of the other levels and some other players maybe not harnessing the best out of him because he's not had to harness the best out of himself, or whether there's just a little bit of frustration creeping in.
Well, let's go back in time. Let's talk about Joe's 1
140.
PDC title at pro level. Because if you look at who he beat,
81.
it makes for very good reading. Vincent van der Voort. Now, this is back in 2015 when he was a huge threat for winning
41.
titles. He beat van der Voort in round 1 by 6 legs to 4. Then he beat Adam Hunt 6-1. And that was around about the time where
57.
Adam Hunt was somebody on the development tour who was very, very hard to beat, and still is. Dimitri Vandenberg next,
43.
the 2-time World Youth Champion, current UK Open champion, and former match play champion. Josh Payne in the last 16. And this is where things get
59.
really interesting.
Joshua
And it's
Carl,
never going to get easier.
137.
To win the title, he beat Stephen Bunting, Daryl Gurney, and Dave Chisnell. And he also became the first player in
32.
PDC history to win a Players' Championship event with no tour card status. That has subsequently been equalled twice
60.
by
Just
Scott
recall
Williams and Christopher
105.
Tyskie. But he will always be the first person to have ever done that. Double top for Josh.
Game shot on the second leg. Josh
Not the
Carter.
first person to do that. But they never get boring. That's a beautiful shot
Third
from
leg
Bish
Jody
Bosh
through
Josh.
first. Game on.
It was a case of bish bash bosh for Josh to square up at one apiece in this contest.
Don't overcomplicate it, Henry. It's already complicated enough. Don't give him a bash as well as a bish and a bosh.
I'm right in saying that was the year Mernon played at the Match Play of Had a Tool card, 2015.
45.
You are correct.
100.
I don't think you'll ever see that again. Or if it happens, it will have to be something ridiculously incredible to happen.
I think Darren Webster nearly made it without a tour card
81.
before Joe. It didn't happen. But when he made it, he lost 10-7 to Adrian Lewis and did not disgrace himself at all.
123.
94 average on stage. Adrian was very good with a 99. Had he beaten Adrian,
60.
he would have played Gerwin
Jericho
Price next. And that was the
153.
famous Price beating Adrian Lewis for the first time match.
Yeah, that was quite the affair, wasn't it, between them two? There was a little
100.
bit of words, a little bit of verbals between the pair.
Yeah, that was good fun.
60.
Yeah, Gerwin's
Jericho
gone on to do some
53.
stuff. He's not going to make the playoffs in the Premier League this year. Joe,
Game shot on the
however,
third
is
leg.
going to win
Joe Mernon.
that leg in 14 darts.
Fourth leg Josh to
Starting to
first.
come together
Game
a
on.
little bit. And players of his talent, they expect to get most of their
59.
legs in 15 or fewer.
It feels like this is what we're talking about. It's there in patches, there in moments, but it's just not been able
28.
to harbour it all together. Well, that's case in point. 14 dart leg in the previous leg. Kickstarts this one with 28.
He's from an area of the
45.
country which is very, very strong. In fact, they both are. We've talked in an earlier encounter about Josh and how Staffordshire have had
77.
amazing players over the years. Now, Joe Mernon is from the same neck of the woods as Scott Taylor, who is our defending champion, but he's not going to
60.
defend it. His chances slipped by on Saturday night, just a couple of days ago.
Scott has been a great champion and a great ambassador for the
77.
Modus Super Series. We wish him well as well of his endeavours on and off the hockey over the next few months.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan of
95.
Scott Taylor. I love watching him play darts, especially when he gets the bit between his teeth. I wouldn't want to be that dartboard. He throws those darts like they're Thor's hammer.
100.
He's literally Scott for around the block. Used to win a little, but now he wins a lot. But he is still Scott from the block.
140.
Places you never thought you would be. Sat next to a darts
137.
commentator
Joshua
quoting
102.
Jennifer Lopez. Okay, moving swiftly on. He hasn't had a great deal of joy in the bullseye today, Josh. He's missed it 3 times
56.
by a distance.
Jericho 82.
Joe will be hoping that that's not the case for him. But unfortunately it is. 2 options really. Treble 13 for tops it is.
62.
He almost
Joshua 46.
Paddles his way to 3-1.
But Josh has done a great job in this game of just hanging around, hanging about. But he cannot take his
26.
opportunity on
Jericho
double
20.
10, and so Mernon will come back for that double to get that break, to leave 3-1, and will then have the darts to see the game through, and that is
Game shot on the
exactly
fourth
what
leg,
Mernon
Joe
does.
Fifth
So
leg
now he
Jody
has the
through
throw
first.
to
Game on.
put the hammer down on this particular match and to put an end to our third round of fixtures. And it will kind of be as expected as far as the table is concerned if Mernon
95.
can win this one. While Moolenkamp is a far and away. Mernon would then be 2 wins from 3. Johan Brower would be the same as well, and Rusty Jake could just be hanging around the periphery.
Just to give you some sort of indication as to how long Joe's been around.
85.
He made his debut in the UK Open in 2011. To some of us, 2011 seems like just a couple of years ago.
60.
But that was in the summer of 2011 at the former Reebok Stadium in Bolton, just around the corner from his house.
76.
And that was 13 years ago next month.
That was a good UK Open for yourself, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good fun.
92.
Enjoyed it. But he's been to the UK Open 10 times. That is a sign of experience.
140.
He could be looking at a 4-1 victory for Mernon, which could get him to 4 points
43.
and a leg difference of
105.
+4, which would put him in a very strong position in the table.
89 less, so trouble 19 for double 16. To win the game
shot in
of
the
Tom
match, Joe
Topper,
Mernon.
and Joe Mernon gets the better of Josh Carter by 4 legs to 1. It's 2 wins from 3 for Shaggy on this Monday morning. That the tale of the tape from that particular clash. Coming up next, it's Johan Brower up against Ron Meulenkamp. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 3 rounds worth of play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. This is what we've seen thus far. Only a couple of games going against the Darts in our first 9 matches, but it's been all about Ron Meulenkamp so far. 3 wins from 3 to kickstart his day. It has been ruthless and professional in equal measure from the Bomb, who is looking to make it through to a second Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. He got the better of Dennis van der Ende in that game last time out by 4 legs to 0, and he leads the league table, 6 points to his name. And Joe Mernon and Johan Brower on 4 points respectively. Rusty Jake Rodriguez and Josh Carter will win to their name. Dennis van der Ende, the only player yet to pick up a win. And so Ron Moolenkamp not going to make it 4 wins from 4 if he can get the better of the charismatic Johan Brouwer, his fellow compatriot. Then he will be 4/5 of the way towards a perfect day and a perfect start as far as this Group A is concerned. Now, we've mentioned the excitement and the antics of Johan, but these two play a lot locally against one another. They played in Dutch ranking events.
First leg,
And
Johan
so
to throw
Ron
first.
will know all
Game
about
on.
Johan's mannerisms and won't be too perturbed by it, you feel?
No, I don't think so. But if he does get up to some of his tricks,
100.
you said it earlier, I think Ron might give him some backlash.
And actually, in some ways, it may not be the worst thing for Ron. Yes, he's been comfortable so far. He's won 3 matches. He's put in a good performance in his last one, but hasn't really needed to exert much in terms of the energy level. So actually, maybe something a little bit like this, a test a little
81.
bit on this, might just get the juices flowing somewhat.
And it might just get the juices flowing tomorrow as well, because this will be his second match of tomorrow's session. And I just wonder where he's going to be then.
96.
But without any question, the best player of the day. Best performance in a match has come from Ron. Best overall performances, he's got that.
100.
And he's got maximums too. He's had maximums in every game he's played. He's got 7 for the day, which is averaging more than 2 per match. That is always very healthy.
141.
He's himself first to finish against the throw. And so far today, Ron's only dropped the solitary leg. That was against Josh Carter. In his first game, it was a leg that he shouldn't
81.
have really
Ron Newcar,
let slip, but for a
124.
dubious 34 out by Bish Bosh Josh. Is this going to be Bish Bash Bosh? Triple 18. Would have left the bullseye. Square ton left.
44. Johan Newcar, 139.
There are many different ways you can get this. But predominantly, easy for me to say, people like to start on the
59.
19s
Ron
because if you
Newcar,
get the
80.
treble, it gives you options that you like. As the number gets smaller, the opportunities get thinner. 65 left. I don't know about that one.
40.
That was a risky
Newcar,
play
80.
from Ron.
Thing is, if Johan gets it, he's not going to let him know about it or anything.
Only one way to find out.
60. Ron Newcar, 40.
That is a department he started to struggle with in his last couple of matches. He had 9 darts at double when he lost to Rusty Jake and didn't hit any of them.
30. Johan
This might
Newcar,
just be one of those
20.
games where both struggle on the outer ring.
Double 10. Up for 5s.
Game shown
First leg in the ledger
Johan
for Johan Brouwer. And interestingly there, no celebration. Just up
Second
and
leg,
back down the
Ron
odd
to
key.
throw first. Game on.
Give it time.
Now he's spreading his wings like a bird.
Oh, he's obviously been subscribing to the Alan Norris calisthenics video. It's actually quite a smart thing to do that, you know.
22.
I don't want to get all physiological on you, but the shoulders and the arms can get a lot of tension when you're throwing a lot of darts throughout the course of a day.
44.
And there are certain exercises you can do like that just to promote freedom in the shoulder joints and the elbows and the lower arms. I'm still convinced that
45.
as high as 98% of dart players don't warm up their wrists enough first thing in the morning. Look at that wrist flexion at the end from Johan.
100.
Going over on itself is not a natural thing to do. So when you do that hundreds upon thousands upon tens of thousands of times, there will be some damage.
100.
You must warm up certain parts of your body before you start playing darts in the morning. Otherwise, you are going to end up with problems later in life.
We see it with certain players that now unfortunately struggle with arthritis and other problems such as that.
Everybody mocks Miguel Angel Jimenez of Spain when he does his crazy little warm-ups on the range
57.
when he plays golf. He is well over 50 years of age and still whacks a ball 300 yards. Who's laughing now? Everybody
60.
used to mock Gary Player for being physically fit on the golf course. He used to do push-ups and squats and sit-ups and all sorts of things. Now, he can still hit a golf ball, and he's approaching 90 years of age. Again, who's laughing now?
47. Ronnie Carr, 137.
Square this game up at 1-1.
$97.
Needs himself on tops to level himself up as Count limbers up.
I like that. He knows that he's got a really important shot coming up.
100. Ronnie
So
Carr,
he's just trying to relieve the tension in the joints by just shaking it out
Game
before
on the
that
second
shot.
leg. Ron
More
Mullenkamp.
experience and brilliance from Ron. But may I touch on that
Third leg,
subject one
Johan
more
to
time? In
throw
fact, I'm
first.
not even
Game
going
on.
to ask the question. If you take things back to the 1960s, 1970s, what did footballers used to do? They used to
100.
train, and when they finish a match, they go to the pub. What did golfers used to do in the 70s? They'd finish 18 holes and go in the clubhouse.
100.
This sport has been mocked for way too many years for its prehistoric perceived image. Now, I hear more people saying, oh, they don't look like a dart player, and that is a compliment. Because more and more and more dart players are turning into athletes.
45.
I think it's funny that some sports personalities these days are lauded for their love of socialising.
60.
I'm going to use Gerwyn Price as a great example of this. When he came around in 2015, 2014, people thought he's just some meathead from Wales who can throw a dart. He used to be a rugby player. He actually looks healthier now
60.
than he did back then. And he's had, to date, an incredible career. I think we could all learn a thing or two from Gezi. And we could learn a thing or two from Luke Humphries as well.
60.
Because look what he's done by changing his lifestyle. It's not just those two guys. The entire crop of top-level players are changing what they do. And I think Ross Smith is the perfect example of it.
140.
I think with the amount of young players that, I mean, we're lucky enough to speak to a lot of players doing this job, and the amount of young players, the way they approach the game is so different to the
45.
generation prior to
Ronnie
them.
Carr, 76.
Yeah, you look at Bradley Roos, I mean, Littler. They can throw darts all day long, but they make wise decisions.
36. Johan Carr, 136.
He's looked at the scoreboard, 3-4. That's 4 times now for the same number.
136 is not to be, and so what can Mullenkamp make of this 40?
96. Ronnie Carr,
For the
40.
break, and to lead for the first time in this match. Double 10. And lead
James on the third
Mullenkamp
leg.
will.
Ron
And
Mullenkamp.
look at a little bit of the snarl on his face. He knows that things haven't quite been going the
Fourth
way he
round
would have
to
liked
throw
it to
first.
so
Game
far. And now he wants to put a bit of a spurt on as he gets to the halfway house.
Just on that subject, one more time, I'm going to give you a question here, Henry. Do you know what a
58.
gym challenge is? It's where a trainer will put maybe 5 or 6 exercises together and then have someone go through their paces and grade them every
100.
single time. if you were to pick 3 dart players to go through a gym challenge and succeed very well, who would they be?
Any player.
Any player.
125.
Gizzy would be the obvious one. I'm going to go outside the box a little bit. I'm not going to name obvious names.
100.
I reckon Ron could be the type of player. He keeps himself in fairly good shape.
It's a great example because his brother owns a gym.
60.
And you should see Ron when he's on the pads. Very impressive.
I'll tell you the other one, Cam Crabtree. He's a bit of a gym lad himself. He's
140.
a couple of times a week and making sure he keeps himself in good shape ahead of big tournament play.
We will see Crabtree later in the week, and he is a great example of a modern dart player.
100.
But if I was going to
Johan
put
Yokar,
someone into a gym
161.
challenge in modern day darts, my 3 would be Gezzy, Danny Noppert, and Ross Smith.
123.
And of
Ron
course,
Yokar,
players also
158.
get added benefits now with when they go to tournaments that most of the time they're put in hotels. You shall have access to gym facilities and other such things such as that. So there's no excuse to not be
39.
playing at your premium best.
And it helps
Johan
mental
Yokar,
health as well.
38.
That's what some of these players are really starting to figure out. As double 16 figured out. Yes, it
Gains on
is.
the fourth
We have a
leg,
tied
Johan
game.
Brouwer.
First time today that Ron has lost 2 legs in a match.
Fifth leg, Johan to throw first. Game on.
I do wonder where this sport's going to be in another 10 years. I am very, very positive about that. Because what the JDC have done for
100.
junior darts has been nothing short of unbelievable. And now, with another 7, 8 years in the tank, what could the ADC do?
60.
They have the same incremental improvement that the JDC's had over the next best part of a decade. Let's say up to 2030. Sky's
60.
the limit. And I'm not just talking about male dart players either. I'm talking about everybody.
Be interesting to see how the Women's Week pans out here at the Super Series in a few weeks' time. The lineup of which was
140.
revealed on Saturday night. Begin straight after Champions Week is done on Monday, the 27th of May.
And I don't
60.
think we should just focus on Fallon and Bo. I think there are other stories in there as well. Already seen a post this morning from Lorraine Winstanley and how much she's looking forward to coming. Can't wait to have you
60.
here, Lorraine.
I mean, Hyde will be a dangerous contender in B, as will Vicky Prum.
And Natalie
100.
Gilbert as well, who has won a women's series event. She could be a bit of a threat. And our very own Laura Turner will be playing in Group C as well, alongside Dieter Hedman and Natalie.
100.
Yeah, Natalie's very much got that vibe of somebody that right off at your peril may not be the name that screams out on the list, but could do some severe damage.
45. Ron Yokar, 141.
Now he's starting to get animated, because as we go further in this match, he finds it harder to hide his emotion. So good.
101. Johan
Brilliant
Yokar,
from Ron.
136.
And he is going to get a look at that tops as well to re-establish that lead, which he's had at 2-1. And if
60.
you are going to have a perfect
Yokar,
day of
40.
results, winning 5 from 5, more often than not, you're going to have one game that's going to be harder to get
Getting
through
shown
than
the
others.
fifth
And it
leg,
might
Ron
just be this
Molenkamp.
game for Ron, but he has got that lead at 3-2 now. And Johan's on a bit of a
Six-leg Ron to throw
downward
first.
spiral.
Now has the darts to seal the win. A shake of the head.
Somebody go and give him a hug. Honestly, He looks like someone who hasn't just lost a leg of darts. He looks like someone who's lost a bag of cookies.
180.
That was a bag of brilliance from Moulenkamp.
Thing is, in this sport, you've got to cheer yourself up with things like that.
180.
That really was good from Johan. But the destiny of this game is not in his hands at the minute. It is firmly in the lap of Ron,
140.
who is not relenting.
This is a proper leg when he needed it the most. Oh, hang about. If he hit a 9-darter, then I think the
100.
roof would quite literally come off this place.
Literally?
Literally.
Really?
$96.
Every time I sit next to you, I'm not going to let that slide.
You're
But
literally.
I will bow if we lost the roof.
The insurance claim would be interesting. Anyway, Moulenkamp 85 for the match.
Don't worry, we're not going to lose the roof. It's not Old Trafford.
Well, Brewer is leaking defeats now. Moulenkamp looking to rein in for a bit more perfection. It's tops. It's there.
Game
It's another
short
win
and a
for
match.
Moulenkamp. Wasn't overly enamoured with the performance, but he's just getting the job done. He is doing what he needs to do at every single corner. That's 4 from 4 now for him. A 4-2 win against Johan Brewer. And coming up after the break, it's Josh Carter against Rusty Jake Rodriguez.
Group A has been dominated by Ron Moulenkamp today so far. He's got 8 points from a possible 10, and it could well be 10 out of 10 for him if he is to beat Joe Mernon in game 14. We will worry about that when it comes, which will be in 3 games' time, because the man with Bish Bosh, Josh Carter, on the back of his shirt has got 2 matches before we see that one. He's up against Rusty Jake Rodriguez, who will be feeling a little bit happier about his chances of walking away with 6 points today after picking up his first win in round 3.
First leg, Josh, you through first. Game on.
And if he can recreate that kind of performance where it will be high 80s, that might just be a little bit too much for Josh to handle
96.
based on what we've seen today. But even against the darts, you've got to fancy Rusty to get the win here based on form.
And we saw a massive improvement as well
100.
from game 2 to game 3, where we averaged 87.13, 40% on the doubles. It was a massive increase on what we saw in games 1 and 2. And so perhaps he's just beginning to really build up ahead of speed, is the Austrian ace. That first dart has been so much better, hasn't it? And that's been part of the issue in games 1 and 2. But he's now establishing a really good first dart into the centre of the bed, and he's using them as handy guys for darts 2 and 3 to follow.
78.
There's a risk here if Rusty does start to find that magic ingredient that Josh could be swept aside.
44.
But just because you find a 180 with one visit doesn't mean that you're going to find something fruitful in the next. Darts is not that easy.
28. 7, sorry.
That's the dart that makes things a lot harder for Rusty. You wouldn't think it, though.
99.
Darts are going in with more purpose now. Whereas in his first game today, when he was playing Joe Mernon, they were being feathered in. They were going in with a
81.
real wobble.
This is Jake Ricard, 78.
Now he's throwing them like they're hot potatoes. He can't wait to get them out of his hand. Real purpose as he goes for tops.
38.
Now, Josh, last start in hand, hit a single 20. It's left him on 159, and so it's afforded Rodriguez another go at tops to lead 1-0.
99. Rusty Jake Ricard, 40.
You can't do that at this level. And it is
25.
not an
Josh
accidental
Ricard, 60.
double-double for Rodriguez. Oh my, look at that.
Game shot on the first leg. Josh Carter.
It doesn't perturb him. That first start could have easily bust the score. He
Second
just
leg, Rusty
goes
Jake
on
is
and
through
does his
first. Game
job,
on.
and he is 1-0 up somehow.
Scores a show, doubles a dough, as Bobby George
100.
famously said.
He should have patented that. Although we do attribute it
80.
to Bobby every time we see it.
What are your other favourite darts catchphrases?
57.
Most of them were from my late friend Nigel Pearson. But he used to almost transcend the sport and have them as part of
85.
him in football, speedway, darts. And I think it was a mark of the man we lost 2 years ago
100.
that some of the things he said were just quintessentially Nigel. No mistake at all. You couldn't have scripted it. Right place, right time.
177.
Everything he said. It just had... It had an echo to it. And an enthusiasm that I have not seen from many commentators.
180.
Oh, he's left 159 again. I know he hit a 177 to leave it, so we're not going to castigate him for it this time. But
119.
if
Rusty
you
Jake
leave it
Ricard,
one more
64.
time, I'm going to say something, Josh.
3 strikes and you're out. Rodriguez 64 to square this game up. Double 14.
Game
And it
shot on the
goes.
second
Level we
leg.
are,
Rusty
one
Jake
apiece.
Rodriguez.
One more last Nigel Pearsonism
Third leg,
for
Josh
that
is
one.
through first. Game on.
That's right. Honestly, he should have had T-shirts made with those 2 words on.
60.
We miss him terribly, but he will never be forgotten.
Not just was he a great broadcaster, I've spoken to many people who know him
99.
as a great guy. And one thing he was also very good at was bringing young journalists through and having time for the next generation. I had a friend I went to university
137.
with who lived up in the Midlands where Nigel was from, and Nigel used to do a lot of games at Villa Park working in a press box capacity. And when he was about, this person I knew, he was about 17, 18, invited him as his personal guest at Villa Park and showed him the ropes of broadcasting.
I think we have a responsibility
58.
to do that.
Agreed.
How good was that maximum from Rusty Jake Rodriguez, by the way? 3 points.
58.
Magnetised together like they're a T1000.
His third max of the game. He's averaging 94.5 here. Following that 4-0 job
81.
into Von Moolenkamp,
Rusty
Rusty
Jake
Jake has just clicked
164.
into gear.
Well, actually 2 things that I know about Rusty. He's quite hard to get out of bed in the morning, according to
46.
sources of mine, and he has an incredible appetite. So maybe what we saw this morning as we see Josh on another bogey number
125. Rusty Jake car 118.
is that Rodriguez just takes a bit of time to press the snooze button and get out of bed, in a darting sense. Double top.
78.
Nearly
Joshua
feasted his
40.
eyes on a ton plus out, but Carter returning for the tops that Rusty Jake has just missed.
Getting shot on the third leg. Josh
Well, there you
Carter.
go. 3 bogey numbers left.
Fourth leg, Rusty Jake.
A 2-1 lead. And he obviously subscribes to the Phil Taylor School of Counting, which is leaving things like 159 and 165. And if you think that's me just saying something unnecessary, if you look at Phil's career, he wasn't the best counter.
53.
But the thing that comes with that is that when he left 162, 165, 166, he was on that
100.
after 9 darts, and he would usually get 2 visits. So it never really wounded him. But in this climate of darts, you
55.
can't really do it. Or maybe the right vernacular is you shouldn't do it. It's a bad habit to get
60.
into. Would you like a bit of a tungsten teaser?
Oh, yes, please.
97.
Who did Rusty Jake Rodriguez make his European Tour debut against in 2016? Yeah, 8 years ago.
131.
Am I looking at him?
No. It is a person who is right in form at the minute.
45. Rusty Jake
Was
car
it to Luke
150.
Humphreys?
Nope.
$64.
Well, let's finish this leg off and we'll delve into the answer. Rodriguez 86 to
59.
level
Rusty
this
Jake car
match up at
86.
2 apiece, and he's got sands of time to do exactly that. Has a look over to the scoreboard, doesn't have to chase the bullseye, which is why went over to the 20 bet.
43.
By the way, it was 2017, not 2016.
Well, that changes everything.
No, it doesn't.
You've literally made me have to change a year.
100. Rusty Jake car
I
43.
wish I could get you to change that word. Double 14. Literally double 14.
He's literally missed it.
29. Joshua car 92.
What's he going to do on 92? Double 6.
90.
Second time today we've seen
Rusty
somebody
Jake
leave
car
double 1
14.
from a position of having 12 points, and the last person to do it was Rusty.
Getting shot on the fourth leg.
2 apiece
Rusty
it
Jake
is.
Rodriguez.
Carter had a dart for a 3-1 lead, which would have had a little bit against the run of play in
Fifth
this
leg,
match,
Josh
if the
is
truth be
first.
told.
Game on.
So it's a player banging form, and it was 2017.
Correct.
95.
Is it a certain Bobby Cross then?
No. It wasn't. But I will tell you that Rusty won the match.
180.
And in that match,
140.
he had 5 maximums. 1 more in this match, and he will also have 5 here. This is quite the
43.
effort from Rusty. And the fact that he's got 4 maximums and only an 85 average tells you that the scores in between just need a little bit of polishing.
83.
But to put you out of your misery, at the 2017 Austrian Darts Open in Vienna, Rusty Jake Rodriguez won 6-2 against
96.
Richie Edhouse. And isn't he playing well at the minute? He would succumb to Kim Huybrechts in the next round.
86.
Who was the number 7 seed in that tournament. But I remember that evening very well because it was the very last game of the Friday night. And that multiversum in Vienna went crazy
48.
for Rusty.
Joshua Khan, 97.
That will be a night that he will never forget. I assure you of that.
57. Rusty Jake Khan, 134.
This is a big ask. After starting the game as the favourite, he's lost control.
And you'll
56.
wonder as to how and why he's
Joshua
3-2
Khan,
down
40.
if Carter pins his tops, because he's dominated the key passes in play, but it's 2 for 9 on the doubles, which has been his undoing.
No score.
But that
Rusty
sagged
Jake Khan,
low.
78.
It may just be 1. Big 20, ensure the big number, and now tops. But the way his darts stand up means he had
He's
less
on
of
the
the bed
fifth
to
leg.
aim at,
Rusty
but he
Jake
finds
Rodriguez.
it convincingly. Breaks the throw, leads 3-2, has the darts of the match.
6 leg Rusty Jake to throw first. Game on.
It's darts like that that build the confidence. Half a bed to aim at and a really good throw. Especially
92.
under that kind of pressure. A level game, your opponent waiting on a double again, and you can deny them by hitting that really good 1 dart out.
60.
If these really are Van Veen points, which is something we were
99.
informed of this morning, they're being used in a very different way, aren't they? Because Van Veen gets the darts to lie very flat.
44.
And he's gone on to do pretty good stuff from playing with us. One of the best players on the tour at the minute.
Outside of Luke Little, the best young player to have come through and then gone into the PDC
85.
from here.
Considering what he's
100.
done in the development tour order of merit the last couple of years, it's pretty hard to deny that fact, isn't it?
European
96.
Championship semi-finalist, of course, last year, Jan van Veen.
And currently number 1 in the development tour order of merit, ahead of Keen Barry and Vessel Nyman.
83. Rusty Jake Khan, 129.
Vessel Nyman knows how to beat Luke Littler, doesn't he? This is a match-winning chance. 61st because Josh is not on that finish that he needed. He's got 90 scored, which leaves
101.
That'll do. He had me confused there, but he's obviously left double 14 a lot today because he keeps leaving it and hitting it.
44. Rusty Jake Khan, 28.
For the match. For a
Game
4-2
shot in the
victory,
match, Rusty
and
Jake
Rusty Jake Rodriguez is beginning to motor through the gears. He beats Josh Carter by 4 legs to 2, hitting 4 maximums en route. We'll be happy enough with the way today is going in the latter stages. Van der Ende up against Mernon is after this short break.
outside. This is a Stephen Bunting area of the board.
Fantastic dart from Fallon Sherrick. Fantastic finish from Fallon Sherrick.
Generational talent. Playing at the peak of her powers.
16. This is looking good, isn't it?
Fallon Sherrick.
Coming soon to the live lounge in Port, so we can give you the start date of it. It's Monday the 27th of May. That will be kickstarting exclusively live on the Modus Super Series YouTube channel. Bo Greaves and Fallon Sherrick will be the headline names of a 12-player field, which was announced on Saturday evening. 12 stars of the women's game going toe-to-toe for the glory here in Portsmouth. Well, next up for us, Dennis van der Ende and Joe Mernon go toe-to-toe. Before the break, we saw Rusty Jake Rodriguez get the better of Josh Carter by 4-2. This is our 12th game of the afternoon session here in Portsmouth. 3 more to go following the conclusion of this one. How do we expect this one to go, Nico?
That's a really interesting question because we've seen people today
First
recover
Dennis,
really
you go
well,
first.
but at this stage for Dennis,
Game on.
if he was to beat Joe, it would be seen as an upset. But if he did, would it be that seismic, considering what we've seen from Rusty?
43.
He looked down and out in Game 4, but then was able to recover by Game 7. But as the day goes on
121.
and victories elude him more, you do fear for the chances of Van der Ende.
You get the sense that it's one that
96.
he may just have to put down to experience and then go again tomorrow. Still, as you mentioned, got a couple of opportunities to pick up that elusive win here
60.
at the live lounge on his debut day.
Problem is, he's got Mernon, who's got 4 points in the table right now, and he's got Rusty, who's now
134.
got 4 points in the last match of the day. So it's not as if he's up against someone who is struggling at this point in time.
59.
He may just be cut adrift and be staring at Group C at the end of day 1.
Well, how a day can hinge on one moment. He lost that opening game, didn't he, to
58.
Johan Brouwer by 4-3. And maybe if it went the other way, we could have been talking about Dennis in different terms.
Yeah, we'll never know
125. Dennis Zakar, 170.
just how important that 133 checkout for Brouwer was.
We knew what it meant to him.
that's good.
134. Joe Zakar,
Really good.
136.
Forcing Joe to hit the 136.
Well, we did see an improved performance against Ron Meulenkamp, but
58.
Ron was
Dennis
so
Zakar,
good in
36.
that particular meeting that it was kind of rendered irrelevant, well, however and whatever he performed too. But he can't let opportunities like that
28.
pass him
Joe
by.
Zakar, 78.
And you saw what a 78 checkout could do in the previous match. Can it do the same here for Joe?
58.
Not the
Dennis
same result.
Zakar, 8.
And Dennis cannot afford to keep missing doubles.
Game shot on the
And on
first
this
leg.
occasion, he
Dennis on the
doesn't.
ender. Second leg, Joe to throw first. Game
6 from 22 on doubles coming into this match. That is less than 1/3. That doesn't cut it at this level.
on. 134.
You've got to be somewhere between 33 and 38% for me if you're going to worry people in this group. And at times, you're going to have to be over 40%.
96.
I think when we walked through the door this morning and we looked at the 3 ADC qualifiers at the bottom of the bracket, we both thought they're going
41.
to have to play within themselves to get some joy today. They've had sparks, they've had moments, particularly Johan, but it has felt like the
86.
three experienced campaigners have used that to their advantage as much as possible today.
I think the table that we have right now proves that. Because
96.
at this stage of leg 2, in game 12, it's Meulenkamp, Mernon and Rodriguez that top the table. And there's a real chance
97.
that Meulenkamp is not going to be beaten in this table, even if he loses his last match to Mernon, because his leg difference is so much better.
41. $94.
Yeah, good thinking from Dennis. At least he's not going to leave himself on a bogey number. But 128 is still not easy.
41. Dennis, your car, 128.
And there's a complexity to this format that a lot of people don't recognise. If you come into a Group A campaign and you've not
28.
been winning a great deal of
Joe
tournaments or
148.
local stuff recently, you might not have played a lot of back-to-back matches. And if that is the case for Joe, coming into game 4, you might start to flag a little bit.
38. Dennis, your
In
car,
fact,
100.
anybody could.
Can Dennis find the ton? Tops. Was the approach, but not the execution.
60. Joe, your car,
And so
110.
Mernon will return for the 110 to level this match up at one apiece. Had the 105 in his game against Josh Carter.
45.
So far in this
Dennis
match,
O'Connor, 40.
Dennis has almost forced Joe to take 136 and 110 when he's been sitting on a double.
Game shot on the second
And he's
leg.
won both of
Dennis
those
on the
legs.
ender. Third leg, Dennis to throw first. Game
He's
on.
kind of doing what Joe's been doing the rest of the day, just playing to a certain level and just getting over the line.
$57. $100.
Just want to get our viewers on the YouTube chat involved because we've just shown a little bit of what you could expect in our Women's Week, which
46.
starts on the 27th of May. What kind of theme week would you like?
60.
What would you like to see, Henry?
I've said this for a while. I'd love to see the Masters format.
125.
Best of 3 sets, best of 3 legs. I think if you get the right 12 players, and they've got to be informed players that go a bit of a rat-tat-tat pace, I think it'd be a great watch because every leg will matter.
137.
True, but based on the format that we have, it would have to be less than 6 players in a day. It would probably have to be 5 in Group A,
137.
5 in Group C, and probably 4 in Group B. Not out of the question, but I'm interested to
Dennis Yukar,
find out from our
136.
viewers what kind of special week you would like to see. That's a great second dart.
96. Jonah Carr, 100.
A much better performance. Really steady, averaging around 81. Joe's struggling in the late 70s here. But he could get himself back into it with tops.
88. Dennis Yukar, 40.
This is for 3-0. You would have very tall odds on Van der Ende winning this to 0. He may not win it to 0. Mernon could break back now.
Two fives.
15. Dennis Yukar, 5.
I don't blame Joe for feeling the way he does. He could have let this leg slip. Double 2.
1. Joe Yukar, 5.
He was quite fortunate to get a shot at double 2. He almost bust it. Speaking of which,
Game shot on the third leg. Joe Mernon.
Mernon brings it back to 2-1. He gets the breaker throw and now has the opportunity
Joe
to
throw first.
level
Game
this match back up.
do you want to know which special week I'd want?
God.
It's really easy to explain, but it would confuse a lot of people.
on. 95.
It's a format called Master Out, where you can finish on a treble. So, for instance, you could finish
57.
159. Treble 20, treble 20, treble 13. You'd have to have a really experienced referee to know
140.
which shots are possible and which aren't. But I think that would be a really good, entertaining week, and you'd have to have players who've got creativity.
57.
your Brian Romans, that kind of player. Get them involved and give them the license to get the shackles off and do things that they wouldn't
99.
normally do.
How about equal darts all week?
Great idea. Great idea. Love that.
60. Joe Ricard,
We've also had Tom
167.
saying, how about only players over the age of 65? It's not out of the question.
118.
I know Phil Bars likes the idea of a shootout.
60. Joe Ricard, 49.
Explain that a bit more in the next leg, because it looks like Joe's going to level. Which he does.
Game shown on the fourth
Elaborate,
leg, Joe
Henry.
Vernon.
So, Mr. Bars has been
Fifth leg,
saying
Dennis to throw
the
first.
idea of
Game
possibly
on.
1,001, one leg, shootout. Thank you very much. See you later.
Yeah, but how are we going to do that spanning over the course of 6 days?
93.
Are you talking about 1001 one-leg format? So
Yes.
it may be best of 3 in 1001.
So it's a one-leg shootout, 2 points
60.
for the win.
That means you would get 15 legs in a day.
Early finish, mind.
I'm not really sure if we could do
85.
that. Warren in our chat group has said an online week.
80.
I'm not really sure what you mean, Warren. If you'd like to further explain, by all means, all of your suggestions will be taken into consideration.
59.
What about a UK Open type week where you have 12 different qualifiers from 12 different ADC regions, put them all into a melting pot and
54.
play a Open week?
I don't see how that doesn't happen at some point. You saw what we had with the ADC
55.
Tour finals at the end of last year. That was a phenomenal success. And we're going to have stuff in this building with the ADC later in the year, courtesy of what happens in their rankings. And Joe Mernon has maxed to leave over to Paul Hinks.
99. Joe Ricard, 127.
Call it in, Paul. Oh, well, don't then.
40. Dennis Ricard, 110.
For 3-2. Double 16.
78.
Doesn't
Joe
go
Ricard,
and-
87.
He had the opportunity to lead this game 3-0 to Ender, but Mernon has turned this match on its head. He could move 3-2 in front if he can pin the bullseye.
62. Dennis
No, he
Ricard,
can't, and so
32.
Dennis is back for double 16 to move himself a leg away.
He's got to get past that dart somehow.
Getting shot on
And
the
he
fifth
can.
leg, Dennis van der Enden.
What a great shot that was. He's had 15 darts at a
Sixth
double
leg,
in
Joe
this
to throw
match.
first. Game on.
And you can see it one of two ways. He's created a lot of chances for himself, but on the other side of it,
100.
Dennis is averaging 72, and Joe has allowed him 15 darts at a double.
We've had commentators week.
100.
So that's Scott, Chris, Laura.
Edgar.
Yeah. Pretty hard to do that with 4
100.
people.
Well, he'd have to throw you in the mix, wouldn't we?
That was my point.
Glenn for the 4-0s.
One out of them. 40.
Oh, I forgot about Glenn.
Webby.
121.
Too busy.
Oh, John Park, because he's been playing some good stuff recently.
Yeah, but he hasn't commentated here.
Yeah, but
57.
they never specified where they've commentated.
You fell into my trap. We've had a really decent question from the Dark Knight in the
60.
chat, by the way. Is Martin Clearmacher returning and going to play here? That I don't know. But if Martin was here, I'd be the first at the door to shake his hand. I am a
140,
huge fan of his.
120.
But if he's coming, we will let you know. What are you up to, Joe? Oh,
100.
so close.
Dennis your car 64.
So close.
It was so almost the perfect hat trick. This could be the match.
40. Joe your car 20.
Okay. Double 4. Double 4. Double 2. Oh,
Game
don't
shot on
matter.
the 6th
3-3
leg.
it is.
Joe Lennon.
We go all the way in this match.
7th and final leg. Dennis to throw first. Game on.
Well, Dennis has kind of had the front throughout, but hasn't been able to get himself over the line. And Mernon will be happy that the Dutchman has come up dry with his first visit.
And what's more, Dennis has been to leg 7 twice today and lost both times.
48.
He's definitely throwing those darts with a little bit more
60.
zip than he did earlier on. Maybe getting over some early nerves. But his output hasn't changed a great deal.
85.
His range today has been fairly tight. But his ceiling has not been high enough.
100.
Oh, that's a good ton. Gets him marginally in front. And this is where you've got to count well. Doesn't matter what Dennis does here. You get yourself to the finish first.
60.
And then force them into a position that they just can't get out of. That's exactly what Joe's thinking about. Brilliant.
98.
Really good thinking. And you might think that's a normal thing to do, but under pressure, sometimes you do make mistakes.
The mind can straggle into different places at key
100.
passages of play.
Joe Ricard 100.
Both players on a ton plus checkout. Mernon first go at the fish. Doesn't go, and so Van der Ende will return for the 1-2-4, but under what pressure?
54. Dennis Ricard 124.
The type that Mernon would like to have applied. This for the match. Triple 18 bull. Bullseye.
99.
Almost
Joe
found.
Ricard 116.
Might be his last attempt to get to 6 points. Double 18.
98. Dennis Ricard 25.
Well, Van der Ende has been in control of this game. He hasn't trailed at any point. And he gets over the line, and he beats Joe Mernon in a last leg decider by 4 legs to 3. And so that just halts the progress of Mernon. He gets Dennis's first points on the board. That's the tail of the tape from that. One more round to go. Carter against Brewer is coming up after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 4 of our 5 rounds of play here in the live lounge in Porto. For the break, Dennis van der Ende got his first win of the day, beating Joe Mernon 4-3, but it's all about Ron Meulenkamp so far, winning each of his first 4 matches, and he is top of the pile, and he is in an unassailable position now. No one can catch him after the end of day 1's play, no matter what happens in the final 3 matches. One more win would complete the card for the Dutchman. Meulenkamp, Rodriguez, Brouwer, all on 4 points. And what we're going to see from this particular clash, it's the enigmatic Dutchman up against the debutant Carter. And, well, one thing Johan has provided us today has been plenty of entertainment.
Yeah, just a bit. I wonder what he's got left in the tank before the end of the day. And Mr. Carter might be about to find out. There have been a few decent Carters over the years in darts, haven't there? In the neighbouring county to Hampshire, where we currently sit, a couple of fine dart players from Dorset, in Caroline and Paul. Both great servants of Dorset over the years.
First leg, Josh to throw first. Game on.
But maybe the most famous Carter when it comes to darts was Roger from North America. Very fine player.
100.
And of course, in the world of snooker, Ali Carter, Trice World Championship finalist.
Well, if we're going to go down that angle, how about Chris Carter?
Mm-hmm.
You know who Chris Carter is?
No, but...
A brilliant
40.
receiver in the NFL. One of the best ever.
43.
And if Josh leaves himself on tops in this match, and he needs it to win the game,
58.
he just needs one word. Get Carter. That's a movie reference for all of you youngsters out there.
60.
How would you surmise Josh's first day here? Because it did look a bit shaky at the start.
41.
He's got a couple of points. Same as Dennis van der Ende now. Can his motivation purely be
100.
to make sure that he's not bottom of the table at the end of the day?
I think that's a fair estimation to have. It's... Look, when you've got a group full of debutants, it was always going to be a little bit shaky and a little
43.
bit nervy on day 1. And I just wonder whether tomorrow you'll see a better quality of play because everybody's managed to acquaint themselves to this environment a little bit better. Look, when you look at the table, it's no
140.
surprise that the top players are the ones that are used to this stage before, and that Ron Meulenkamp is the unassailable leader in the group.
83. Johan Yokar, 58.
It's kind of gone to the plan that we expected at the beginning of the day, by and large. Tops for 1-0, and the breaker throw as well.
38.
Not to be.
Josh Yokar, 136.
That's in. That one isn't. That's darts in a nutshell, isn't it? That one's in, that one isn't.
96. Johan
But the
Yokar,
biggest question
20.
is this one?
Readied himself. Really is readying himself.
Game
And
shot on the
fires
first leg.
home to
Johan
lead
Brouwer.
1-0 with the breaker throw.
Somebody's gone all subdued.
Second leg, Johan to throw first. Game on.
By the way, I just want to tip my hat to another very good darting Carter called Natalie. One of the finest female dart players that Australia have produced in the last generation. Very, very fine player. Winner of multiple
45.
ranking tournaments over the years. Predominantly on Australian shores, though, but Natalie a very, very good player.
And to round off this conversation, I want to pay tribute
81.
to my favourite Carter, Miller.
Not a favourite of the And brand, then.
It was a horrible joke. It
85.
didn't execute. Let's move on. Oh, wow. That is in. Is it in?
134.
Indeed it was. It was penetrating, and so it counted.
See, that one's going to get clipped up, put on social media, and then the first GIF that anyone's going to use is going to involve Kenneth Williams.
140.
Oh, matron. Well, by virtue of getting that 134, Josh,
55.
you've got yourself 6 starts for this
146.
second leg.
I'm just going by what the rules say.
100.
The dart is, or the point is penetrating any part of the board. It counts. So I've not said anything out of the realms of anything weird or anything. That is exactly what the rule book says.
No, you wouldn't see
100.
anything of the
Joshua
sort.
46.
Not me.
How about him on tops?
Game
Yeah,
shot on
that's
the
very
second
good.
leg.
That's a
Josh
15
Carter.
darter from Josh. He has shown that kind of quality
Third
a
leg,
few
Josh to
times
first.
today.
Game on.
There's definitely a player in there, isn't there? Maybe this week we could give him the vehicle
59.
to discover how good he could possibly be. And if that is going to be his week, then that will be a week well used.
41.
Johan has definitely lost something over the last couple of matches he's played. He's lost his last 2.
100.
He's lost his pep. Or should I say he's lost his Eric Ten Hag, because he looks like him as well.
60.
Well, I bet like Eric Ten Hag, he'll be looking for a good performance.
Watch your step, Henry.
23.
You'll be hoping he's having a better time at this week than Eric Ten Hag is having on the Manchester United dugout.
85.
Oh, look at the bright side. They only lost 1-0 yesterday. It's usually 4-0, isn't it? The only reason we're revelling in this
41.
Manchester United trudge at the minute is because you guys have made us feel miserable for 20 years. Actually, make it 30. So it's been coming.
60.
I suppose when it rains, it pours. Quite literally at Old Trafford.
So you got that one right. Literally used right. Well done, Henry.
I literally used it right.
60.
You just can't quit while you're ahead.
Did I ruin it again?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, I'll stop.
Well, don't ruin 255 by leaving something like 165. Nice straight ton will get you to a finish.
43.
It was too much to ask for. But Josh has been the king of leaving bogey numbers today. He'll be praying he doesn't do it again.
58.
And he gets it right this time.
First 2 and out to make it 2-1.
Highest finish of the day for Josh, 105. That came in his only leg win against Joe Mernon in Game 9.
40. Joshua Carr
And
160.
the highlight of Johan's day was that 133 that he hit against Dennis in Game number 3.
35.
He'll take it for now, but he's hoping it's not going to be put under severe pressure. So he has a look to the back of the stage.
Now, 125 is a finish we call Hollywood
44.
because it
Joshua Carr
involves
125.
a bull sandwich. He's obviously not very hungry.
41. Johan Carr 128.
Another.
$86.
That was an
Joshua
interesting
Carr,
last start.
84.
That wasn't part of the plan. And he's not going to get a shot at the bullseye. I know I said earlier that his bullseye shooting hasn't been great today, but you still got to get a shot at it.
64. Johan Nukar, 42.
It's the small moments, isn't it? And that's the big difference between the levels. Tops for the break and 2-1.
My Dutch lip reading is not very good, so I've got no idea what he's just said,
Game shot on
but
the
it
third
obviously
leg.
worked.
Johan Brouwer. Fourth leg, Johan to through first.
Hard
Game
work,
on.
isn't it, Johan? Playing 5 games in a day. This is why you've got to channel the right way for about 5 or 6 hours. I think it is fair to say he's quite enigmatic.
60.
I think he's given too much away, though. And this is a criticism I've levelled at many a player over the years.
60.
Don't show your opponent what you're doing. You've got to be able to internalise all of these little processes you're going through. I've tried this whole
57.
breathing and Zen thing, and the one thing I learned from it was that when your opponents see you doing it, they perceive you as feeling weak.
97.
So you've got to be able to do it without them seeing it.
I was going to say, because you had a part of your career where you let everything out and let everything show. How draining is that when you're on the
100.
hockey?
Monstrously. It gives you headaches. It's that draining.
80.
It's the one thing about turning pro quite young. You're naive. That's a strength in one way, but in others, it's not.
60.
You have more experienced players around you who can read you as if you're holding 7 deuce instead of aces. And they will take you to pieces.
60.
I mean, if you were to put Johan with some of the things he's done today, and I'm not talking about the volume or the celebrations, I'm
60.
talking about the amount of times he's been displeased with a visit or the way he's trying to think about things before a visit. There are players
60.
out there who would
Johan Nukar,
gobble him up
164.
because they would perceive him as feeling weak or not feeling mentally strong before each shot.
60. Joshua Carr, 144.
And one of those players is Scott Taylor.
96. Johan Nukar, 104.
104 for 3-1. Carter sat waiting on 48 if this does not go. But he's missed the big number. And how many times in this game have we said, do not miss that big number. Do not give your
75.
opponent
Joshua Carr,
opportunities.
48.
And he's now missed another big number to leave himself on 29 if this doesn't go.
We'll cross the 29 bridge if we get there,
32.
which we do now.
Johan Nukar, 29.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is the least seen finish of all.
Indeed. But we've been seeing it a little bit more regularly recently. We're not going to
Joshua.
see it there.
Joshua Carr, 16.
Yeah, we're playing double out here, not single out.
Getting shot on the
And that's the
fourth leg.
one that
Josh
Johan
Carter.
wanted. Didn't even need the bosh
This leg,
there,
Josh
just
to
the
third
bish.
first. Game on.
That bish could be a kick in the dish for Johan.
You must call the face the
97.
dish down here, do you? Up in Geordie land, we call it the gish. So if you get a whack in the gish, that means that someone has done something to you that might hurt.
100.
To be honest, I'm surprised it's not someone with an "ite" on the end. You know, Roit, Toit, Loit here in Portsmouth. That's the local dialect from around
41.
here, mush.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you don't catch a flight round here, you catch a flight.
$100.
It's one of the things that dart players who come to the UK can't really understand, just how many dialects this country has.
99.
Because other parts of the world just don't have that. You go to Australia, it's very, very hard to decipher whether someone's from Western Australia or
60.
Victoria, New South Wales. It's very, very difficult. There are certain parts of the United States, say you go to parts of Florida, Alabama,
55.
down in the bayou in Louisiana, maybe their accents are a little deeper. Some of the Midwestern accents, but you could go from Liverpool to Manchester,
60.
which is less than 45 minutes, and have two very different accents. And then 45 minutes south of that, you could be in Stoke.
59.
That's one of the beautiful things about England and parts of Scotland, the differences in dialect. And the difference that you sometimes have with darting vernacular.
60. Joshua Carr 150.
Different things mean different things in different parts. Well, this would be spectacular, but the 150 isn't going to go.
80. Johan Carr 121.
Could be as easy as a dance, this one. And a 1, 2, 1. Nope. Missed a step.
85.
And it could be a
Joshua Carr
misstep
70.
that sees him behind. One dart. Tops.
50.
Drags below. And
Johan Carr 36.
Bravo is now back for the break.
This is for what could be a very vital break.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Johan Brouwer.
He's got no energy left. If this was game 1,
6th leg Johan to through first.
he would have celebrated
Game on.
that. But honestly, he's just won the leg and he looks like he's lost his cat.
Just try and get through it now, isn't it? That's all he can do.
60.
Sometimes you've got to play darts like you're one of the Brownlee brothers in a triathlon. You've just got to somehow find a way to get over the line.
41.
This is where I subscribe to the 20% rule when it comes to practicing for what you're about to do. If you're someone who has an invitation to come here and you know 6 to 8 weeks in advance, you should be playing 5 games
140.
of best of 7 per day, 6 times a week, and 20% more than that
60.
at least in that lead up, because the 20% more you do will make the previous 80% easier.
78.
Just to answer a comment on the chat room. Yes, I do like Glenn Dowen. It was a little bit of banter about the comment earlier.
Yeah, we don't forget about Glenn.
We like Glenn.
He had a great time in Kiel,
60.
especially in the final. I liked his last line, by the way. Cross is the boss in Kiel. That was a good line.
42.
Good friends of ours here at the Super
141.
Series is Glenn. We will see him here in a couple of weeks' time. Be back in the commentary box on the conclusion of Champions Week, and we're looking forward to his
63.
company once more. He's probably somewhere in an airport or a train station in Germany, isn't he?
85.
This might be the end of Josh's
78.
day. If Johan is short on energy, the good news is he hasn't got much more to do.
It's tops,
shot
it's
on the
there,
last,
and it's a
Johan
win. And it is 3 from 5 as far as the Dutchman is concerned. It's a 4-2 win against Josh Carter. This time the celebration is a little bit more subdued. Joe Mernon and Will Meulenkamp follows after this short break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We've got a couple of more matches to go on our first day's play here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we're going to watch Joe Mernon and Ron Moolenkamp go toe-to-toe on the hockey. A win in this particular match for the Bomb would mean that he would complete the card on day one. He'd be 5-5 and he would be comfortable at the top of the table. He'd guarantee a minimum 4-point lead at the top of the table going into tomorrow's play. From Johan Brouwer, most definitely, and possibly Rusty Jake Rodriguez. He is in a position of authority and he could hammer it home if he can win this particular matchup.
Yeah, it's been a good day so far for Ron. Average-wise, very, very acceptable. Doubles, he's getting plenty of chances and taking enough as well. 16 doubles hit. 43 attempts. That's excellent. Just like that first visit from Joe. Earlier on, we were talking about the game between Moolenkamp and Rodriguez being
60.
A heavyweight contest. Well, maybe this one is the contest that could give us the best overall game.
60.
They've had plenty of time to warm up. They've got points in the bag, and now they can let loose. Well, these guys have got a mission of making
60.
Saturday here this week. They know exactly where they're going. But if you were a dart player and you weren't playing Super Series stuff this week, and you had a chance to go to either Lithuania
60.
or Cyprus to play in a ranked event, where would you prefer to go?
To top up the tan, Cyprus.
60.
Your tan's about as good as a milk bottle. So you want to go to the sun.
57.
Don't worry, I'm just the same. I use factor 125. Still not enough. Yeah, I'm intrigued by that. Lithuania or Cyprus. I know that Thomas
100.
Younghans, he's a good friend of
144.
ours here at the Modus Super Series. He's going to defend titles in Cyprus this weekend. The man I like to call Hank Scorpio. Well, it looks like Joe
120.
is on his way to rivaling Mr. Younghans for the Thomas Younghans lookalike trophy. I bet you wondered where I was going with that. I got there eventually.
Joe Car 16.
It's been a long, trying day. For everybody in this
Getting shot on
group,
the first
Mernon
leg, Joe
pins the
Mernon.
double 8, 16 points of his 16th dart. He leads 1-0.
Second leg rounder through first. Game on.
Bit of Simpsons trivia for you. When Hank Scorpio was in that famous episode, and he had his own town going, when Homer went back to Springfield, what did he give
140.
Homer as a parting gift?
I have no idea.
It was the Denver Broncos.
60.
And Homer was very, very disappointed because he wanted the Dallas Cowboys. It's very much a 1990s joke, that.
America's team, the Dallas Cowboys.
77.
Apparently. That's a perfect first start for Joe, isn't it? Everything gets easier when you get your first start right.
180.
I think this would be the frustration for Joe. He's playing well now, but for the rest of the day, it's just been in fits and starts for him, hasn't it?
Yeah, that's true. It has been very up and down.
58.
But if he can beat Ron twice in his next two matches, he will be level with him going into round 2 tomorrow.
And that's how this format can
60.
change so quickly, just when it looks like somebody can ascend an authority in a group. And so easily get whittled away in next to no time at all. Just like this lead of Mernon could be whittled away in no time at all.
140.
That 140 leads Moolenkamp on a 2-darter. He was just tapping his
45.
point
Ron your
to
car 86.
his head. He went back down the oki, just trying to get himself to switch on a bit.
That leaves 74. That was very
46.
curious to me
Joe your car 156.
that he would go for the treble 18 there when it was slightly blocked by that treble 4 first start.
40. Ron your car 40.
Should be the leg to Ron and could be in the same amount of darts that Joe got leg 1.
Game shot on the second leg.
Right
Ron
down the
Molenkamp.
middle. Sounds like a Frank Sinatra song.
Third leg Jody through first.
So level we are
Game on.
at one apiece in this contest as Runecat stretches out the muscles.
Would you like to hear a joke?
57.
I don't think I've got a choice in this matter, have I?
No, we're just passing the time, watching some great action here in Portsmouth. Now, if it was Christmas time, just over 2,000 years ago, and the Modus Super
60.
Series were going to get a gift for Jesus Christ, which 3 wise dart players would give the gift? It would be Mould,
140.
Franz Roach, and Mernon. It's a play on gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Doesn't matter.
$100.
I think I might have left Henry Dickens speechless. It worked!
60.
And that's how you break Henry Deacon.
I've been hoisted by my own petard. Careful, because Phil Bars will
59.
come in his commentary box and talk about Christmas.
Oh, I didn't think about that. But then again, he is the second biggest fan of Christmas that I know.
140.
I wonder where these two are going to be standing at Christmas time. Because let's not forget, someone like Ron Molenkamp could still qualify for the World
100.
Championship.
Joe Dakar 104.
He could win the Western Europe qualifier. Joe's passage to the Worlds, well, he would have to go completely crazy on the Challenge
68.
Tour between now and the end of the year. Is he going to try and leave double one? I knew he was going to try that.
140.
It almost
Joe Dakar
worked.
36.
To establish his lead. 99.
Game
In it
shot on the
goes.
third leg.
Mernon
Joe
leads by
Mernon.
2 legs to 1.
Fourth leg rounded through first. Game on.
Someone said earlier in our YouTube chat, we were talking about special weeks. Someone said we should just have dart players who are strawberry blonde. There's quite a few of them. Tom Sykes. Mernon.
Heenan.
Yeah. Eno's going to be here next week.
85.
But I think if that was to be the case, some people would start dyeing their hair red. And Chris Hurd's, I'm not even sure what colour his hair's going to be later in the week. It might be the same colour as Joe
93.
Mernon's sleeves.
$59.
He's such an organic dart player, isn't he, Joe? He doesn't aim, and he doesn't get too bothered by anything. It's almost as if he just eyes up the dartboard and flings something towards the target. It just comes really naturally to him.
Very laissez-faire,
98.
isn't it?
How would you translate that into Mancunian speak?
It's probably best I don't attempt that, isn't it?
Probably.
96. Ron your car
Camp
170.
has got a bit of time from the fish to square this game up at 2 apiece. It's felt like a game that's been dominated by the player on throw thus far.
134.
Great setup. Leads himself on a double after 12.
He was in a bit of trouble against Johan in game 10 was Ron.
82. Ron your car 36.
And he dug himself out of it from around about this stage.
Getting shot on the fourth
And it
flag.
may just be
Ron
happening again.
Mollenkamp.
That 13 darter is a signal of intent.
Well, the first half of the day was
Feels like
dominant
Joe
for
was
Ron the
first.
Bomb. The
Game on.
second passenger play, as far as this Monday is concerned, has been a little bit more on the air of digging in and grafting out what you've needed to graft out.
140.
Do you know we were talking about dialects earlier? And how people say things differently around this country and others.
180.
Can you imagine people saying Ron the Bomb in different parts of the UK? It might not sound different from, say,
29.
Hampshire to Sussex to London. But in Northumberland, do you know what it would sound like? Ruin the Berm. Because up there they call them hot dogs.
So you could have a hot Derg bang.
Sort
26.
of.
$57.
Who's had the best accent? We've been here in Portsmouth. Who's got the most iconic voice of all of the players?
Of the players.
Yeah. Probably Wolfie.
Just the laugh, isn't it?
Arguably the biggest name
100.
not to have won a weekly title.
What about Simon Adams?
Yeah, that was rather iconic. And we got some pretty big news from Devon Peterson, including Simon
105.
last week, didn't we?
Yeah, the African Darts Group are coming on board with the Modus Super Series. Could be one player from that particular continent that will be playing the Modus Super Series every series, which is great news for the evolution of the
87.
sport.
Joe, your
You
car
can't call yourself a global
170.
sport if certain continents are left behind.
I really want that Kenyan fella to qualify with the brilliant name.
60. Ron your car
Have you heard about him yet?
108.
He's brilliant. How brilliant can this dart be? Not brilliant enough.
84. Joe
Left
your car
himself double
110.
12 for the break if Mernon cannot pin the 110. He could. He might.
70.
But he won't.
Ron your car 24.
And so Ron will return for double 12 for is the game's first break of throw charts. Sees
Getting
the
shot on
palm.
the fifth leg,
Mullenkamp
Ron
leads
Mollenkamp.
3-2 and now has the darts for the match.
6 leg Ron to throw first. Game on.
How big a break could that have been?
I did say that Ron was able to get himself off the canvas against Brower in game 10. He's doing it again.
100.
He's playing like someone who refuses to leave this place without 10 points.
97.
Yeah, on that subject of African dart players, over the last 15 to 20 years, African darts has been represented by
60.
South Africa. And I think what Devon is trying to do is he's trying to make sure that the continent of Africa is represented more by countries
134.
around the whole place. It's a very clever initiative because it's a sport where you just never know what they could find. Can you remember back in the 60s and 70s when
100.
distance running was dominated by the Brits? And then all of a sudden, they found out that everybody in Kenya can run quick for a long time.
100.
And then, next thing you know, dominance from Morocco, Mozambique, loads of different countries. That could happen in this sport. They just need the vehicle and they need
59.
time.
Joe
And
Car
that partnership
170.
could well give them that.
To put it most bluntly, Paul, as Mernon goes for the 170. Oh, the ball. Oh,
Game
yes!
shot on the 6th leg, Joe Murnan.
The big fish is wheeled in by Murnan.
7th and final leg, Joe to throw first. Game on.
He so rudely interrupted you, but in the best possible way.
To put it in the most bluntest of terms, is this. Africa is a continent which has 1.2 billion people on it. It's not good enough that there's only been 2 players from that continent that's played here.
Yeah, but they've both been from South Africa.
100 on there.
Which illustrates the point even more.
It does. We should be able to find decent dart players from places like Egypt,
100.
from Kenya, where, funnily enough, the dartboard on the wall is made. That dartboard that you can see was farmed and manufactured in Kenya.
100.
You cannot tell me there isn't a world-class dart player in Kenya somewhere.
Hold on a minute. Is Ron about to drop a bomb?
93. Ron McCall, 141.
Not literally.
Could be literal perfection. Not to be.
65. $93. Ron your car, 76.
Well, this is to complete the perfect day. He has been a step above the rest. One has been the best. He's now got some thinking to do with 71 left in hand. Treble 13 leaves double 16 for the match. And for the perfect day, Ron Meulenkamp is the man who cannot be moved. 5 wins from 5 for the Dutchman, who is looking to mark a Champions Week return. He beats Joe Murnan by 4 legs to 3, and doing so with a 97 average. 4 from 4 on the checkouts, 3 maximums as well. Meulenkamp beats Murnan by 4 legs to 3. Well, that was a cracking match, and we're hoping to see another one after the break as Rusty Jake Rodriguez takes on Dennis van der Elde. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Will Moolenkamp has completed the card on day one, getting the better of Joe Mernon in a last leg decider by 4-2-3. Our last game of the session sees Rusty Jake Rodriguez and Dennis van der Ende go toe-to-toe. As far as Rusty Jake's day is concerned, well, he's had some decent performances, has had some on the other side of that particular coin as well, but after what was a slow start, he has won his last two and is hoping to end the day on 6 points, which would be a very good return for the Austrian ace.
Very much so, considering how he started.
First. Game on.
We did say after he lost to Ron Moolenkamp in game 4 that if he could just turn things around a little bit and walk away with 4 points, he would be very happy. But now, if he had 4 points at the end of the day, I'm not sure he'd be happy anymore. It's amazing how your goals
96.
and your expectations change within about 30 minutes here in Super Series darts.
139.
He'd end up as angry as a man who stole Paul Starr's Diet Coke. And that's a very angry
96.
proposition.
Rodriguez starting on the 18s because he's trying to cultivate
95.
a way of getting to 170 or better. It hasn't worked out too badly, but his route to success
59.
in this game is very, very clear. If he plays to the same level that he has in his last two games,
140.
it should be enough against Dennis, because he has not shown us a great deal of a ceiling today.
66. Rusty Jake Ricard 70.
You stick in an 85 average, that should get you the victory.
37 left after that initial treble 11. And of course, this is the intriguing match of a Monday. Well, he does anything in his power to leave double 14. He finds a double 14. But this is the intriguing game of the day, because the clash between Rusty Jake Rodriguez and Dennis van der Ende will be the ender of day one, but also be the starter for day two. If someone can win both of these battles,
125.
they're going to be the one that puts the most pressure on Ron Moolenkamp. Particularly if it's Rusty Jake, because he would move to win a couple of points of one before he
93.
plays Joe Mernon.
You do wonder if anybody's going to trouble Ron Moolenkamp. And if we look at this group as a whole
40.
from today, now we have just seen Mernon get very close to Ron in the end.
94.
But we have never had anybody get 30 points in Group A before. Is this the kind of dynamic here in Week 12 of Series 6?
100.
Series 7, I do beg your pardon. Where somebody could do that? Based on how he's played today, if he
94.
can replicate that for another couple of days, it's very possible, because we're going to have to see marked improvement
45.
from numerous players to stop him. It's one of the only things that hasn't
60.
been achieved here. We've seen 170 checkouts and 9 darters, completed groups in B
81.
and C,
Rusty Jake Ricard's
perfect
160.
weeks, or shall I say a perfect week from Bo Greaves. 160 checkouts completed
on the second
by
leg.
Rodriguez,
Rusty
and that's not even the
Rodriguez.
best finish of the day. But we've never seen
Third leg,
anybody have
Rusty
30
Jake to
points
throw
at the end of
first.
Wednesday.
Game on.
Doesn't even look like the same player as this morning. And I beg whoever is travelling
57.
with this young man, get him out of bed a little bit early in the morning and just tell him to get rid of the cobwebs an hour earlier. Because if he can, he could be a real threat tomorrow.
100.
Well, seemingly it must have been RJR number 4 that turned up for the first couple of games. And RJR, number
100.
3, decided to move out of second gear.
57.
To the good in this match, averaging 96.5, 2 from 2 on the doubles. That 160 means that every single player on this first day has had at least a
44.
ton plus checkout. In Johan Brewer's case, he's had 2.
$58.
I've got another statistic which tells you just how dominant Ron has been today, leading up to this last match. We've had 26 180s today. Ron has got 12 of
60.
them. He's got almost half of the tally. What I tend to do when we come in the
58.
morning is I do all these numbers for each player. Best average of the day, best checkout of the day. When I do those numbers in the
44.
morning, I'm expecting only one of those numbers not to be the best of from Ron, which is the finish. Because Joe Mernon's got the 170.
30.
Everything else, Mühlenkamp has got the best numbers, including the points tally in the table.
140.
Well, that 140 leaves Rusty Jacob 56 for 3-0 lead, going about business very clinically indeed. No messing about,
48.
leaving it all out
Russell
there
Jake Ricars, 56.
and leaving nothing to chance. Tops.
Games
3-0
on the third
Rusty
leg.
Jacob.
Rusty
This
Jake
is
Rodriguez.
such a good performance from him.
Fourth leg, Dennis.
50
to
darts for the first 3
Game
legs. Hasn't missed a double. Maybe he was pressing the snooze button this morning, but now he has woken up.
97.
And I'm starting to see improvement in the way he's playing exponentially.
180.
It's absolutely superb. In fact, if he gets this done in 10 darts this leg, he'll have a ton plus average.
30.
I don't see a way that Dennis gets back into this game the way that this young man is focused on the board right now. His rhythm is so much better than it was
57.
earlier on. It was too eager, it was too whippy, and it was too erratic. Now it looks more measured.
But to do it on the spot, does that say a lot about his maturity?
58.
He's been playing top-level darts for a long time, even for such a young man. At his age, if you look at a footballer, for example,
58.
if they've been playing since they were 16 and going for 7 years, you would say, well, they've got the experience now. We expect them to perform. We have to put Rusty in that bracket.
96.
Just because it's darts and not football doesn't make any difference. 7 years is 7 years.
100.
He's only 106 points away from winning this game 4-0 and putting Dennis in the basement.
100. Russell Jake Ricars, 106.
106. 218. Doesn't go. Sifts the other side. And so Van der Ende needs to climb the ladder. Otherwise, his hopes for the day would have been ended. Possibly.
74. Dennis Ricars,
Leads himself from double
120.
16. Poised to win this match. Unless. But Dennis isn't going to find the 120.
40.
And so
Russell Jake Ricars,
Rusty Jake
32.
Rodriguez, who lost his first 2 games, has done so well to recover the situation and to
Game,
win
shot,
his
and the match.
final 3
Rusty Jake
matches. It's
Rodriguez.
not where you start, it's where you end. And Rusty Jake Rodriguez ends on 6 points. That number 3 could be for the amount of wins he's had today. 3 in the spin to win his last trio of matches. A 4-0 win against Dennis Van der Ende rounds off the day's campaign. But it's a day that was dominated by Ron Mühlenkamp, the bomb, looking to make it back-to-back Champions Weeks. And he's gone about his progress quite well, winning each of his 5 matches today. Myself and Paul Nicholson will be having a quick chat with him after this short break. Well, it's been an intriguing first day here at the Modus Super Series, but a Monday that's been dominated by Ron Moolenkamp, and he joins us here in the studio. Congratulations, job done, 5 wins from 5. How would you assess upon it overall?
Yeah, it felt good. Yeah, it felt good. I had last 2-3 weeks, not a lot of practice, but I changed something in my darts, and I practiced with that, and it felt good. So I won a few tournaments, played some good matches, and I was like, yeah, let's give it a go and see how it goes. And it's still up and down, but the peaks are good. So and the lows I need to work on.
The lows weren't really that low. When you were looking at some of your performances today were 87, 88 averages. But if that's going to be your bad game now, that's got to be a good sign.
Yeah, but the thing is, sometimes it works like you feel like you had a big low, and it is. And now I feel like I have a big low, and it's maybe not that bad. So you need to get your lows in a certain level, but your peak has to be so high. And that's well, I'm not just aiming for this. I have more plans to come, but yeah, that's why I'm changing. That's why I try to do something else, and it feels really good. But still, like, yeah. I need a lot of improvement, and these days are really good for me. So that's why I'm keep coming and keep playing, and I really love this. It's brilliant.
So is this part of the year just establishing yourself, getting the key fundamentals right ahead of a big assault towards the latter stages of 2024?
Yeah, well, to be fair, my last 1.5 year there is mental. I'm not even going to explain because we don't have time, but I will be back, and that's my big aim. And if it's going to take, well, I said it last year, if it takes 6 months, it's going to be 6 months. If it's going to be 2 years, it's going to be 2 years. But I know what I'm doing, but you have to do things on the right moments and the right times. And if it's not your time, don't push too hard. Let it slip, let it go, and after a few months, do it again. And yeah, we're in the back end now of a real good period. So yeah, I think it's going to be time now.
You've never really been afraid to evolve as a player in many different ways, whether it's equipment, changing your action, or even looking at conditioning to give yourself more energy to become a better player. Is this just another chapter in your story?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I challenged the weight. I overcome that. Now I'm back into it. To be fair, 3 weeks ago I was in the hospital. I almost didn't make it. We're not going to go there, but that's another thing. You survive. You have it back in your mind, right? What you want to do, why you're here, and now I'm just more committed to the game than ever. And I got a new house. I got a new practice area. Everything is sorted, and yeah, I'm ready to go. And when the feeling is there, then you have to go. And I think now in this period, from now on to maybe another 4 months. I mean, Q school is in January. That's already in my back of my head. So yeah, I want to go there, and I want to do big things again.
Is there a big Ron Moolenkamp 2.0 which is just beginning to brim under the surface?
So it's going to be 3.0 then. But yeah. I mean, I still love the game. I was wondering that as well. I had some questions, but yeah, with a really nice new girlfriend, and she's backing me, and we go all the way, and it's very important for me. And yeah, together we stand strong, and we take new goals, and people see it, people talk about it again, and it gives you so much strength. And yeah, why not be involved in that and try to do it?
I don't know how much you invest in numbers, Ron, when it comes to your overall performance for the day, but what I can tell you is that you averaged over 91 for the day. Your best performance was the last one, where you got 4 out of 4 in the doubles as well. And you were 43% in your doubles. And we had 27 180s today. You got 12 of them. That is the epitome of dominance.
Yeah, that's what I was working on. We played local league last week, and I said to the guys, don't expect much. I'm trying things like this, and I hit 10 180s in the local league, and I was like, all right, let's try something more, you know. And if one or two things not gonna happen, just take a step back and try something else and just have fun. I got at least another 6 months to be ready for the big thing, and yeah, I'm really enjoying it again, and that makes such a big difference. It's really, I experience that now.
I'll tell you what else you're really going to enjoy. It's the league table, which we can show you on the screen there. 10 points to your name, 5 wins from 5, 4 points clear at the top of the table overnight. But you're an experienced campaigner now at the Super Series. You've been here a few times. You know the intricacies of a Group A. It's a good start, but things can move about on a Tuesday.
Oh, 100%. To be fair, like I said in the beginning, it's just still up and down. Those guys can really play, and after the first day, it's going to be harder because some people work, don't have the time to practice, and now they got a full day in the back, and tomorrow they have another day, and on the Wednesday everybody is so dangerous. So I'm really aware of that. So don't get me wrong, but this is nothing. You have to be tomorrow after the day after. You have to be on your best.
Only one more thing I want to ask you, Ron. When Johan Brouwer won his first game, did you guys hear the celebration in the practice room?
Yeah, he lives 25 minutes from me. I know Johan, so I keep him calm. This is the first week for him, and I have a little bit on his back. I'm telling him, but he said to me, I was so nervous I couldn't. The celebration and the emotion, he couldn't keep with him. So the next day, tomorrow, day after, he'll be all right. But he was so nervous now.
And just finally, on yourself, you tasted Champions Week last time, came close actually at Champions Week last time as well, made it through to the Champions Night. Does that give you an extra little bit of motivation this week, having been there before?
Yeah, 100%, of course. Yeah, I think these weeks are brilliant for people that they want to have bigger things in their mind. And this week is just a good practice. I can remember the last time I was here, the week after was Q School. So when I knew I was in that week, I was like, yeah, let's go for it because I can go straight to Q School. I know it's hard days, but it's better than to only do 1 hour a day because you still need to work and things like that. So there's a lot of improvement to come from my perspective, but you need to show it.
A hard day's work, but a good day's work for you. Well, many congratulations. Thank you for popping up and seeing us, Paul. Thank you for your company there. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Hopefully, we'll see you tomorrow morning as well, 9:30 on the Super Series YouTube channel to see how Tuesday goes here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But as far as Monday is concerned, well, Ron was the big winner, the bomb, bagging all the points. Bye from us.